Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Faiza. Hi, Zunel. Hi, Pochestum. Good morning. Can you hear my audio just for the testing purposes? Hello?
check if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
I want to make sure if all the provinces can hear me.
Can you hear her?
We can hear you, Ms. Petronella.
They can hear you in Devon.
Okay.
Mr. McCabe, we can
So
also hear you.
okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure that the sound is correct because but I will explain just now why I wanted to make sure of that. So now I'm going to switch on the video, and I would also want you to tell me if you can see me. I'm going to switch it on just for maybe 5 minutes because it has an impact on the bandwidth. So just so that the ladies and gentlemen can see me. So can I confirm, am I visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone that is in the room, as well as those that are physically connected. As I indicated, I will switch off the video just now. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Petronella. My surname is Linders. I am currently the Chief Director for Gender, Disability, Youth and Children at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. And I am responsible for ensuring that we mainstream these designated groups in all the work that the DCDT, which is the abbreviation for our department, achieves. I will now switch off the video. I hope that everybody had an opportunity to see me because that is quite important, not because I would like you to see my beautiful face, but that when we are online, it's always important to know who is behind the camera in the context of the new act that I will also talk to a little bit later. So I'm going to switch off the camera now, and then I will continue with the purpose of the meeting. Thank you. So as I was indicating, our department is the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, and the department abbreviation is DCDT. Please also excuse my voice for today. I am recovering from a throat infection, and hence I am not physically with you in any of the provinces. I would like to indicate that we are so blessed and so pleased to be able to be part of this glorious opportunity to interact with women and men that has been affected or are still being affected by gender-based violence or any form of abuse. This program that we are implementing today is in the context of the National Program of Action Against Gender-Based Violence in South Africa. As the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, we are all expected as a government to combat GBV. We all know that in the last 2 years, we have been fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. But we have also, as South Africa, unfortunately, been faced with a parallel and maybe worse pandemic, which is the war that men has declared against women, which is gender-based violence. I know that there are also situations where men has also been faced with being abused or hurt by their partners. But research has proven that predominantly and overwhelmingly 93% of victims or persons that are affected by gender-based violence in South Africa are women and girls, or persons that identify themselves as women and or girls. Therefore, we do recognize that the 7% of men and boys that are affected or hurt by gender-based violence are important. But we would like to note that our focus will be on supporting women and girls primarily, but we will also look at how we can introduce programs that specifically supports victims and survivors that are male or boys. Having said that, I would like to indicate that this program is specifically targeted at women and girls that are either still residing in a place of safety, formerly known as shelters, or that has been fortunate enough to move out of the shelter or the place of safety, but that are still bearing the brunt and the consequences of being a survivor of gender-based violence or any form of abuse. We have therefore crafted this program to provide women and girls with basic digital awareness. Firstly, to understand what does the digital environment provide, what is the digital environment, and secondly, what is the fourth industrial revolution that everybody is talking about, and how can it assist us as women and girls. Secondly, it is to provide you with a tangible skill, something that you can take away from the program, that you can say, I may have known a little bit about it, or I didn't even know anything about it before the program, but now I can do A, B, C, and D. Those tangible skills will be delivered today by one of our partners, Siafunda Community Training Center, and they will be providing you with basic digital literacy skills that will enable you to understand perhaps how to use these skills to start your own little entrepreneurial initiative, or to go and look for that job that you've always wanted to find, or maybe just simply to be able to use your telephone or your mobile device more effectively on a daily basis to protect yourself and your loved ones, or to report any further abuse that you may receive from anyone. Secondly, we will also be providing you with information on how to be financially literate and how to be able to ensure that you manage your finances in a more effective way. Now you may ask, why would we want to do that? Because we are the Department of Digital Technology and Communications, but financial literacy in the context of the digital environment is very, very critical. Can I just check? Are you still able to hear me? I saw something flashing from Zakele.
Yes, we are still with you, Ma'am Petronella.
Thank you. So, as I said, in terms of the digital environment and financial inclusion is extremely important, because one of the biggest challenges that we face, which is another form of abuse, and which sometimes makes it difficult for some of the survivors or the persons affected by GBV to get out of these abusive relationships, is economic disempowerment. And economic disempowerment can simply mean the inability to manage your own bank account, or the inability to even have the opportunity to generate an income. Therefore, if you are able to do either one of these two things, you then need to know how to be financially savvy in terms of the environment that you find yourself in. And hence, the information will include that in this program. Thirdly, we aim to provide you with information about what is available in the digital environment as far as digital skills are concerned. Yes, we cannot just give you basic literacy, because there is a vast range of opportunities in the digital environment. So we will provide you with information so that you are digitally aware and you are able to make informed decisions about your future after you leave the place of safety, or once you have decided to take back the power and make a life for yourself beyond having been in a abusive relationship. I would like to lastly say that our program is a 365-day campaign. We have decided as the department to not only look at it when it is the 16 days campaign, but we have decided to embed it in everything that we do, and that every day when we are implementing our programs, we want to raise awareness. We want to make sure that people understand that we are having another pandemic that we need to take much more seriously in certain instances than the COVID-19 pandemic. Because COVID-19, yes, it's been difficult the last 2 years, but it is a curable disease. We do survive. Some has passed on, and I would also like to say that we give our sympathies to each and every person that may have lost someone. But GBV, on the other hand, is killing our young women and our girls daily. Every 7 minutes in South Africa, a woman is either raped or killed. And the unfortunate reality is, in most instances, it is not by a stranger. It is not in an alley somewhere in the dark. It is in their homes. It is in the schools. It is in the churches. It is persons that you know and love and thought that should also care and love you. So therefore, as the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, this program aims to raise awareness, provide tangible skills, and disseminate information to enable women to take up their rightful place in society as next to their counterparts, the males, and ensure that we do our little bit to assist our country to get out of this situation that we find ourselves in. Lastly, we as the DCDT obviously has to look at the digital environment, and therefore part of what we do is to look at cybersecurity and raising awareness about online safety. Because yes, GBV is physical, it's emotional, it's financial sometimes in terms of the abuse, but we also have online abuse where digital technology and digital devices are used to abuse each other, whether intentionally or whether directly or indirectly. And hence, cybersecurity and online safety is going to be part of the discussions that will be held during this 3-day program. With that, I hope that the purpose is clear, that it is about training you, giving you a tangible skill. It's about raising awareness with you and understanding what the digital environment is. And lastly, it is about this sharing information. But I would like to encourage the young women and gentlemen that are in the audience and those that identify themselves as such to please participate, be robust, ask questions, engage, so that we can also get information from you and that we are able to therefore shape our program as we go ahead in this year that lies ahead. From a government perspective, we are also commencing our financial year 2022-2023. And therefore, this is also an opportune moment for you to also provide us with information that says, how can we better this program going forward until the end of this financial year, which is on the 31st of March, 2023. Lastly, someone once said that sometimes nothing happens and you wonder what's happening in your life. And then other times, everything happens at once and you don't know how to manage it. So I would like to encourage you to say, today, something is happening. You are having an opportunity. You are having an opportunity that may not come again. So make the most of it and use it and enable yourself, enrich yourself, provide, write, make notes. I hope that the ladies has notepads or their cell phones, because yes, you can use your cell phone to even make notes. And make notes, take things away and go and empower others and yourself. I hope that the program will be successful. I'm actually certain it will be, because we are all in it together and we can all make it work. And I would like to encourage all the ladies that are in the different provinces, as well as our coordinators. I would like to say, let's make this work. And today is going to be a great day, because we are all here and we are all able to take up this opportunity. Thank you very much, and may you have a blessed day further.
Thank you, Ms. Petronella. What a wonderful talk. I think I'll give it to Zakele on at Devon, so they can tell us how is it going from now. Is there any speakers coming up?
Tabiso, can you hear me?
Yes, Mam Tandi.
Okay. I was saying as well, thank you very much to Ms. Lindas for the purpose, for giving us the purpose of the meeting, of the training, but also to check with you if, because remember you asked me if this can be taken on social media. The answer is that it can, because it's in your platform.
Okay, Mam Tandi.
Yeah, and also Nemisa is also going to try to link other participants. So I think we'll be guided by Zakele what he sees there, because I just gave them the link. But I think for now, as you can see the program, you are the first on the program. You must give us the overview.
Okay, no problem. So, good morning, everyone. Let me just switch on my camera. Good morning to everyone in Northwest, in Mpumalanga, Devon, and in Mpumalanga. Who's the other one? I don't know, but then our program today will be very short and very concise, and it's gonna be something that is very hands-on. And I believe we have markers, we have our notebooks where we're gonna be writing our notes. And I believe today you'll be having an idea on what is it exactly you need to do with that ideas that you have and how to implement them easily. Maybe just to give a background of whatever that you're going to be doing today. If you know how to do business plan, but today we're going to be doing a business plan in one page, and we'll make sure that everything that we are doing there is concise, and it will give you a sense of how easy it is to start your own digital business or any kind of business using the formula that we're going to be using today. So yeah, Mam Tandi, I think that will be the background of what we're going to be doing with the teams in different provinces. And one thing that's going to happen, because I believe that we are fast thinkers and I believe we are agile thinkers, we'll be able to present the ideas that you have, and you'll be able to use your PowerPoint or any kind of presentation that you're going to be using, so that you can understand that you've understood what we are talking about and what we have learned from those ideas that you're going to be discussed. Yeah, I think I'm going to give it to you again, Mam Tandi, so that you tell me when to start with the training.
Can I check my team? Do you understand? Do you follow? Okay. Let me know if he's too fast as well, so that I alert him.
Mam Tandi?
Hi, yeah, you can start. Did you give us the overview? I was outside.
Yes, I am done with the overview, and I can see the hand from Ms. Petronella. Please, Mr. Yes, you can say something.
Thank you, Tabiso. I hope that you can hear me still, and I
hear
hope
you.
that the participants can hear me. I would like to just ask Tandi if it is possible to just give the provinces, at least just one person, an opportunity from each of the provinces to indicate if they understood the purpose, and if there's anything that they would want to ask me or clarity. As I said, I may not be in the platform the whole time due to the fact that I'm actually recovering from a infection. So I just wanted to check if there is any questions or anything that anyone would like to ask in relation to the purpose, or anything that anyone would like to say at the stage before we start with the program. Thank you. The training component.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ms. Lindas?
Yes, I
Yes,
can.
Ma'am Thandi, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm going to check from here in Durban, one person that wants to say something in terms of the purpose that was given by Ms. Lindas. Then I will take it to Eastern Cape, to Hobby, after one person speaks. After Eastern Cape, it will be Mpumalanga, and then we'll end with Northwest. Tabiso, we have 3 other provinces that are connected here today. So let me
Yes, you
check
can see,
here.
and then
Yeah, Northwest. I think you have missed Northwest when you were talking. Anyone here that wants
yes,
to say something? Anyone? Just anything that you want to say? I'm talking to the ladies in Devon. Anyone? 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 Okay. You fine? They are saying they are fine in Devon. Are you all fine? Yes, Kumanga cool. Are you all fine? Can you hear Miss Lindas? Petronella?
I can hear you, Thandi.
Yeah, they are saying they are fine. Can I then go to Eastern Cape Hobby?
Okay, I'm gonna give somebody a chance to tell us if they understood the purpose and also if they are going to join on the program for today. She will introduce herself and say where she's from when she's starting to. Hello everyone. My all right. Hello everyone. My name is Pumla. I'm from KwaZakele. I think I understood, but I would like you to explain it again so that yes, the purpose of this program. Hi, Miss Lindas.
We can't hear you, Eastern Cape. Please come closer to your mic.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, the lady from Eastern Cape says that she would like to hear more of the purpose of this program because she didn't follow that much, so she wants an elaboration on it.
Thandi, do you want me to respond,
Yes.
or do you want to go to the other province?
Madam, I'm proposing that the other provinces continue and then you will come back with the answer. I'm not sure.
Okay, we've got a lady here in Wheatbank
Please hold.
Okay, back. Kobe?
Yes, I'm here.
The problem was on our side. Kobe, are you done?
Yes, we are done. I was saying to you that the lady
Okay,
Tandy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm going to Mpumalanga now.
Yes, I was asking you if you wanted me to respond immediately or we take everyone.
Okay, you can respond now while they are reconnecting.
I suggest we take the questions. Might be the same question, you know.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chipo Bashele from Mpumalanga. I have a question I heard, and I love the program very well. I heard it very well, and I love the fact that you touched fourth industrial, and it's a thing that we need as a young woman and the older woman who are on this road of disability and GBV. So my question now is, how is it going to assist us exactly when it comes to entrepreneurship? Secondly, are we going to get accredited certificates for this 3 days course, or what is it going to do that we're going to achieve that we'll have in hand, or we're just going to have that knowledge and take it home? And how are we going to be helped?
Okay.
In the entrepreneurship world. Thank you.
Is okay, you done?
Tandy? Tandy?
Yes, Miss Linda.
You must please mute on your side because I could not hear everything because I think your mic was open in Durban, but they can continue now.
No. Tandy, are you there?
We listening.
Yeah, there's another lady from Winnipeg. All fire. Somebody? Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello, ngiyabonga ukuba sihlangane namhlanje awusibonga wonke umuntu ohlanganise ngokuthi sibe khona sibomama namhlanje kule ndawo le. Mina ishwani anginakhoshi eda ukuthi uma singahlaliseka wona lama-workshop esiwenzayo sibomama ngoba sometimes abomama abazi ukuthi kufanele ukuthi bayenzeni ngezimpilo zabo. Even kuma-gender violence abazi ukuthi into ezinjani lezo kuyaphi kwenzakalani. So mina njengami I've got the experience so to speak ukuthi i-abuse nama-gender violence into enjani leyo ngoba ngibuya kiyo kuyo msebenzi leyo efana naleyo. Manje uma singafundisa kungapheleli ukuthi mhlawumbe senza ngalelo langa ofisi yenzani. Mina I need just support ukuthi kube nabantu abangisupportayo because ngifuna ukuyenza lento le and each every month ngibone niyenza lento nabomama ngibone ukuthi ngithola indawo ifundisa abomama because I've come from prison for 13 years. I was 13 years in prison because of the abuse yobaba wakami wa-abuse umntwana walala naye. Because of that anger azange khona ukuyimela lento leyo ngabona sengibulala yibaba ngahamba ngayoboshwa for that 13 years. Kunabantu abangazi even lona ijele, kunabantu abangazi even i-anger. Ibo abomama nabobaba nabo akubavaleli ngaphandle nabo banayo i-abuse kubomama. So mina ngicela i-support ngingunesi ungakakhulumani uhlala nayo ubheke i-workshop yabomama ibafundise ibafundise ngokuthi bangathengisi ngabantwana babo because kulabomama abangakhoni ukukhuluma inkinga zasendlini wabo bathengisa ngabantwana babo kubobaba babo because ngoba bahlala kamnandi bahamba ngama-BM benzani umntwana makafika kumama athi ubaba uyangihlukumeza athi no uzosixosha wena azange uzalela lowo baba why uvumele ukuthi lo baba ahlukumeza umntana wakho because ungazi ukuthi uyadubuyaphi lo baba awuzalwa naye azange uzalwe nalo baba uze uthole lo baba bowuhlala kuphi so asizameni sibomama singathengisi ngabantwana bethu leyo ayihate leyo nto leyo ukuthi sithengise ngabantwana bethu you can judge me ukuthi what I did but I'm not proud what I did mina manje ngizosiza wena ngoba ngangithandaze kule jele ukuthi ufuna ukuphuma uzosiza abomama ngangaphandle bangayenzi into engayenza I think that's all for me for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Lindas, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah, just to interpret what Umama was saying, she was requesting that we continue with these programs so that it assists women that have passed or have experienced jail term due to the challenges of GBV at home. So she says she's encouraging women not to keep quiet when their children or our children have been abused by our families or our fathers. We must not keep quiet and say that it's because of economic reasons or because the father of the family or whoever that is abusing is assisting them financially at home. So she was saying that she has gone through a lot. She has experienced a lot of challenges due to GBV, and encouraging that this kind of programs they need a support. Yeah, I think that is in the nutshell what she was saying. But I see the hand here in Durban. Thank you, Mpumalanga, for encouraging women. I can see now that you have provoked others. Your name and then you can tell us what you want to talk about. Remember, we are going to have a discussion. This was just to say something about the purpose that was given by Ms. Lindas, but you can also talk then after the presentation of the skills that we want to give it to women that are attending. We will have a session where you will just talk. Okay, that will be a discussion, but over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sinitemba Makodi. I just wanted to find out, since we're having this seminar based on gender-based violence, and we are speaking about how like men are abusing women. I just want to find out about like mothers and women that are raising young boys. Is there maybe a brother or a sister seminar for us as mothers who are raising young boys so that they don't grow up to be abusers as well?
Okay, did you tell us your name?
Sinitemba Makodi.
Okay. Ms. Lindas, you heard the question. With those three questions or with those statements, you can give us your response.
Okay, thank you, Thandi. I hope that everyone can still hear me. I think the first one that came from the Eastern Cape wanted to get some elaboration around the purpose. So the purpose, as I indicated in my initial introduction, was to raise awareness amongst women and girls that are survivors or that has been affected by gender-based violence on the digital environment and what the digital environment provides for them in terms of us now being in the fourth industrial revolution and going into becoming a digital society. So it is firstly about raising awareness to you on what is available in this digital environment to you. Secondly, It is to give you a tangible skill that you can take away with you, which is what Tabiso will be doing in the next 5 to 10 minutes, or start to do, to give you tangible skills on how to use your computer or your mobile device to, in this instance, to develop a business plan or a business proposal, so that you are able to use that to start a business or to um, do whatever it is you would like to do with that proposal in terms of generating economic income. Secondly, it is to provide you, or thirdly, sorry, it is to provide and disseminate information from our partners and our state-owned companies that is part of this government department, which is Communications and Digital Technologies, on what are the opportunities available in those state-owned companies and how they can enable you to take up those opportunities. So that is primarily what the purpose of the 3 days are that lies ahead. However, the overall aim of the program is to ensure that we overcome gender-based violence by using technology. Because as I explained, gender-based violence is normally physical, emotional, or economic abuse, or online abuse. And our department's responsibility is to utilize the digital environment, or to enable South Africans to be digitally connected. So therefore, our role in the fight against GBV is to then explain how can technology either assist in reporting, raising awareness, or preventing GBV. And that's the overall aim of our program. Other departments has other programs, like the Department of Health, Social Development, Home Affairs. They all have a specific program towards combating GBV, because it's a governmental approach. It's a societal South African approach, where government, business, community, all of us, as I said, needs to do what we can to prevent and to overcome this pandemic of GBV. So that's the overall aim. The second question was related to, are we going to be certified in terms of the 3 days? So this is not a training course. It is a digital awareness seminar, workshop, information activity to enable you to understand the role of the DCDT, to understand what we are doing in, as far as GBV is concerned, and to provide you with information and a skill. Thereafter, you use that information and you engage the department to say, I would like to do something more. Then you have the information, and you then go and do accredited courses, because we have other programs in the department, like the digital skills strategy that we are implementing, where you then can go into further trainings, where you are able to get accreditation, or you can go to a university or a college or wherever to get accredited. This is not a training course. You will maybe get a letter from us, or something that confirms that you were part of the program, but it's not a certificate where you're going to be handed a certificate. So I hope that clarifies the question that was asked in Mpumalanga. Then I would like to thank the lady in Mpumalanga that raised the issue, that said we need to speak out, because that is also what we want you to do using technology. We want you to use your mobile phone or your laptop or your tablet to talk about these issues, to write your stories, to share information, to tell people, so that we are able to gather more information and research about what is happening to women and girls, and also the boys and men that are affected by this. Then lastly, the lady that spoke in KZN, I think that is a brilliant suggestion. We will take it up. We will make sure, as I indicated in my introduction, this program is primarily focused on women and girls, not excluding boys and men, but that you give us for any other purpose but for what it is asked for. So I would like to just indicate to each and every person that is participating here that your information that you are giving us will only be utilized for this program and for this purpose. And that unless you give us permission, we will not use your information for anything else. So you will not be getting calls from people selling you things because they got your cell numbers or your email addresses from us. And then lastly, if you are comfortable with having your picture taken, you need to please indicate that to the persons in the provinces, because also part of this act is also where we are not allowed to take your pictures unless you are comfortable with them being taken. If you are neither a group picture or a picture in the room for the purposes of our program, then please just make sure that you remove yourself from that space so that you are not taken by mistake in terms of the pictures. With that, Thandi, I would like to then say thank you, and I hope that I responded to the questions that was asked.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Linders. I think we need to start with the program. I can tell that a lot of women here, they might want to talk later when we discuss. Let me allow Thabiso to take us through to the awareness program that is going to present. He already told you what he's going to do. So after this, then we'll have, we said at 12 o'clock, we'll have, for 10 minutes, we'll have a body break. Then at 2 o'clock, we'll go for lunch until 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, we'll receive a presentation from Postbank. As you can see, the flex there from Postbank. So they will then tell us what is financial inclusion. For now, let me allow and give Thabiso to give us a presentation. Over to you, Thabiso.
Thank you, Ma'am Thandi, and everyone that is here. So I believe everyone can see my screen, and today is just gonna be easy thing, just to talk about what exactly is a business and what exactly is an idea. So I'm gonna walk through you to know what exactly do we need to do for us to be able to run businesses, if I would say so, or start a business. As you know that, as we spoke and Ma'am Petronella spoke about the GBV, one of the solutions to stop GBV is us being entrepreneurs and making sure that we run businesses and making sure that we run away from whatever that causes GBV, but concentrate on the ideas and that we can turn into reality. So I am from Siafunda Community Technology Center, which is a non-profit company, which is based in Katlehong, Palm Ridge, and we are in Johannesburg, and we have different kinds of branches around South Africa. We have 200 plus centers that we have that you can go to for skills development, basically on the technology side of things. And then you can get us on the website, you can get us on social media, as you can see. So I'm gonna switch off my camera and show you what is it that we are doing as Siafunda. So when we talk about ideas, when we talk about the reality, we know that most of the people they have that thing of saying, I want to start a business, but then, or I have an idea, or I want to start something. I have this inchiselelo, if I have said it right, we have inchiselelo of starting a business. How can I start my business? What steps should I take? And how can I make it into a reality? And what is it that it involved? So today I'm gonna show you probably 9 segments of how to turn your business into reality. Maybe just with a quick of hands, maybe just to show you what is it that you're gonna talk about, and maybe tell me probably from the provinces or what idea do you have? That will be my question, and I would love everyone to participate to say, hey, now I have a business of opening service business. I want to run my next Uber, I want to run my next Taxify, or I want to run something. Please talk to me so that you can get an idea of what is it that we are expected to do, because I'm going to be giving you some exercises in the groups. I don't know how we're going to do it, but then the groups, and you'll decide what kind of business you want to open, or what kind of idea or the problem that you want to solve as a group, whether you are in Northwest, whether you are in Mpumalanga. So please share with me, what ideas do you have? I'll be waiting for the hands, and I'll be waiting for the team to tell me if they have question in Mpumalanga, or they have suggestion around Northwest or Eastern Cape. I'm waiting. Any question? I mean, any ideas that you have? I mean, we are people of ideas. We always have ideas. What is it, that thing that is in your heart that you want to do, but you don't know how to do it? Yes, I'm hearing something. Yes.
We have a question in Devon. I think it's 1.
Yes.
Okay, 2 hands.
All right. Aha.
Hi, my name is Maylene. My idea actually is to open up my own food service company. Okay, so I want to make fresh and family meals, and also do a delivery service with that. But I don't know exactly where to start with that. Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing, because you want to start something and you don't know where to go. But then I will making example with regards to that services and the product that you want to do. Thank you for that question. And then I will be explaining that. Thank you for that. I didn't get your name.
It's Maylene.
Maylene. Thank you, Maylene. And then what do you have? Oh, Marilyn. Okay. And what do we have in Mpumalanga?
Sorry, Taviso, we have the second hand here in Devon.
Oh, in Devon. Okay, we're going to come to Mpumalanga then. Okay. Let's hear the second question.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm actually interested. Okay, so I've been a victim of cyber GBV, cyber online.
Okay.
GBV. And my interest is collabing with companies, cybersecurity companies, in order to help and further educate women to prevent them from experiencing that kind of GBV. Because when it comes to physical, look, it's basically been online and emotional and mental abuse on my side. But when it comes to physical abuse, and I'm not, in no way am I invalidating anybody's experience. When you are able to physically see some sort of abuse or marks or whatever, you kind of can say, okay, it did happen. But when it's something that is from a cyberspace, it's very difficult to identify. And that is something that I am extremely interested in.
Oh, beautiful, Melissa. So you are in the cyberspace and you want to try something that is to do with the Techno app that will be able to combine the cybersecurity and other apps that can actually prevent the GBV, if I'm getting you right?
That's correct. I've actually already given it an acronym, which is COPGBV.
All right. So listen, the good news is, you know what's the good news?
Yes.
The good news, I'm going to give you some ideas or some kind of techniques or methods on how to start knowing what is it that exactly you want to achieve, and going forward, how you're going to be probably starting that app or starting that service. So that's a good thing, because there's a good news for today. And I believe that we'll talk more about it when we come to the most of the elements that you're going to be talking about. Are you happy with that?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Much pleasure.
All right.
And Mr. Yes. Devin, are you still having another question?
One hand here.
Oh, another hand.
Going in Devin, I think we have last two. Né?
Okay, perfect.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I'm a very shy person. Either way.
No, don't be shy. I'm a shy person too.
Yeah, I'm brave. Okay. I'm not really into business, but then these past few days, I met a lady from where we are at in a healing place. So she spoke about a business, and right now at the moment, I still have nothing to do because I'm actually expecting. So I was like, can I know the interest? Maybe I might be interested. So she did explain, and I was kind of really interested. So that's why I want to ask some few questions, because she's not here, so that I can tell her like what I've learned and the ideas, so we might be very so it can be helpful. So she told me that she wants to start she already had a business,
okay,
right? So I don't know what happened where because she comes from I think Lipalala sort of. She's here right now. Yeah, we are Lipalala sort of. Yeah, I think. Okay, and then so she told me that here she wants to start a cleaning business, and then I told her that I studied. I have admin as well, so I might help. But even if it's anything, because right now I need something that will keep me at least, and then she was like, she wants to start a cleaning business. So where do we start? That's what I want to know. Like, what do we do? And because she hasn't really told me, we're going to be starting as from next week. Everything she's going to explain everything. What can I come with? What can you suggest? The cleaning business. And then she said that she will put the papers all over. Yeah, the pamphlet. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. So, I didn't get your name again.
My name is Upink.
Oh, Upink. So, P, what's best about today is that you have an idea and then you don't know where to start. So, the reality of things is you can do your poster, but then who are you actually targeting? Who are you going to talk to? What kind of person are you going to serve? So the good news today is you're going to have an idea. Probably she wants to tell you things on Monday, but I believe you're going to tell her some things on Monday to say, no. This is how we are doing it, and this is how we're going to do it. And then it's going to be easy for you guys because already you have something that you want to start with. Okay, Pinky.
Hi, my name is Lebohang Tanghe. Yes. So I have a question, and I also want to start something. I've been to a special school, so I understand when you can't read and write. Some of us, we had dreams to be lawyers or social workers. So I want to open up a music school to give everyone an opportunity also to tell the story behind that, because it's not easy going to somewhere or telling a story to some other people, you feel like you're going to be judged or laugh. So I would like to do something on that. I don't have an idea, how do I start and things like that. But I would love to give the boys or the girls that went through the same problem that I went to.
Okay, so I would love to join that school too. But then the matter of fact here, or the crux of the matter is,
no, it's
an
not a
idea.
school. It's like giving them opportunities, because we also have great voices. You understand? Some of
Yes,
them they can
yes.
sing, opening something like a choir or so. You understand? Where they can, yes, where they can tell the story also with music. Also going to going to school, also empowering other women. Yeah.
So maybe can I ask a simple question?
Okay.
My question would be, how are you going to monetize that thing? Because I believe that if you have an idea or you have some kind of initiative that you want to start, because we know in business you need some finances to operate that. I mean, for an example, if you are working on a business that has to do with, let's say, singing, you need to have your uniforms, you need to have this and this and this and this. So maybe if you can answer me so that I can be able to understand exactly which side are we going to focus with you.
Okay, that's why I needed help where to start. Yes, that's why I'm asking the question.
All right, perfect. Then I believe that I will answer you when we go with our presentation. I see the hand from Ms. Petronella and Dr. Tondolwetu Normal Hwai. I don't know which one should we start with. I think the hand number 1 is from Tondolwetu, Dr. Tondolwetu. Ms. Petronella, you can answer on your side, and I see from Mpumalanga we have a hand. Zakela, on your side, I think we are done. Yes, Ms. Petronella?
Thank you, Tabiso. I just wanted to indicate that I want to make sure that the participants are comfortable with giving their names. Remember, we are the target audience are women that has been affected by GBV. So I just want to make sure that they are comfortable, because in terms of the program, we would not want to also put them at any risk. So if they are not comfortable with giving their names, you can engage with them afterwards. I just want to make sure about that. And then secondly, I wanted to also indicate that in terms of the last person that spoke, I think it is also important for us to just receive the ideas, and then the program that you are going to present, they can also look at how it can apply to what they want to do.
Yes.
Because in her case, what I could hear is that she's not, her idea has not been crystallized yet.
Yeah.
So she can use the information that you give her to also assist her to crystallize her idea.
Yes.
Then lastly, I wanted to say to the ladies that whoever is going to speak still, please give us information, but also if you are not comfortable to be too explicit in, you are also okay to not do that, because remember, we're talking about business ideas and how to do what we want to do. And business, the first priority here is about making money. Business, not making money as in the tangible getting the money, but a profit. Sorry, the word I was looking for is to have a profit. That's what business is about. So we just need to make sure that we also don't compromise the ideas, because the program is being flighted, if you understand. So I hope we are clear in terms of this, so that we just help them as well, because we don't want a situation where someone says, I told them at that program I want to do this, and then 2 days later I saw Tabiso is starting something similar, so he took my idea. You understand? So I'm just saying, let's just manage that as well. But great ideas so far, ladies. I'm really impressed. I think we're gonna get there. Thank you, Tabiso.
Thank you, Ms. Petronella. You're always a lifesaver. And then let's go to Mpumalanga. Oh, let's start with Dr. Thandolwethu, please.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, Zuniel, yes, thank you.
Okay, it's all right now.
Yes.
I'm having only question of how to turn an idea into a reality. I'm having an idea, but I don't know where can I start this idea. I want to start a business, but I don't know what can I get a finance. So you can help me with that. You can show me where the things to get the finance. Because I'm having a solid idea in my mind to start a business.
Okay. So maybe if I've heard you well, you're saying you don't have an idea.
Please attend the teenage moms, because we need to raise the new leaders. So as vulnerable as we are, we end up raising other vulnerable women.
Viva. Thank you for that. I really love that, and I hope Faiza, she's on the call and she'll take note of that, because our specialty is actually the teenagers, the upcoming, the go-go's, the grannies, all of them on the fourth industrial revolution. And probably on the next few days, we'll be telling you more about what exactly is this revolutions and how can we change our communities and make sure that they believe in the fourth industrial revolution while we're working more on going to the fifth one. And I will take the last question, the last idea from Eastern Cape. Is it Eastern Cape? Yes, Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape, are you there?
Yeah. Yes.
And Potchefstroom, you are too quiet.
Sure.
Oh, Eastern Cape, I took the question. Potchefstroom. Potchefstroom. And other questions can be sent on the chat, and then I will read them, and we can go with the program so that we can save some minutes. Okay. Yes, where is Potchefstroom? Where are you? Okay, I see Potchefstroom is live. We can't hear the sound. Potchefstroom.
Eastern Cape. Hello.
We can hear you, Potchefstroom. You are very Potchefstroom, we can hear you. Please, sound engineers, please. And while they're still fixing their sound, anyone else?
Hello, everyone. My name is Hello. And as you know,
Oh, Potchefstroom, yes. Now I can hear you, Potchefstroom. Yes, hi.
Okay, my name is Larato. So my dream is like, can you like ke try go disa like bana ke ntse ke itse go ke simolole kae ke dream ya
Okay.
ke ratiwa ke bana ba banyane so I ke itse go ke simolole kae.
Yeah.
So that's my dream.
I love the fact that you are talking about Titoro. If you are Zulu, ukuphupa, and then how you dream, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So ke tlo botsisa like who simula yang and then how to write it down and how to make sure that you materialize it. That's why our topic today is how to turn an idea to reality. From kotlogong or e bonagale ko bathong. And I believe that everyone here is South African and can understand. So I think going forward with our presentation, if you have any questions, I believe in every province that there's someone you can write your question and they can type it for you and then put it on the chat. Then let's go through our slides and then I'll be giving you some exercises to do in groups. And then we're going to be presenting that in 2 minutes, in 1 minute. Then, right. So what we are talking about today is venture design workshop. So engineering your business model. When we talk about business model, it's more like saying how to start and run my business. And on this workshop, specifically, we're going to be talking more about something that is called business model canvas. So this, as you see on your screen, this is your one-page business plan that we're going to work on and that we're going to see people working on. So you can see these are your segments and how are they connected to each other and how can you make sure. And I know most of the people, the most interesting thing here is the revenue. How can we make money out of the idea that I have? Are we all together on that? If then we are all together on that, then I believe we go forward. So about me, I'm an entrepreneur, and from my entrepreneurial and entrepreneur, and I'm a techno evangelist. I believe in making sure that people understand the 4IR and understand what exactly is technology. I think that is my dream. And then as you can see, going forward, about me, I've made it blank because I think I'm an open book, and you can be able to see what is it that's behind. Maybe just to be, I would say, to introduce myself, Kitabiso Naledi, and the people around me, they call me Coach T, and I work for Siafunda, and I'm a facilitator. I deal with different subjects of topics, meaning business, marketing, and other things that. So that is about me. I've just left it blank in a purpose. Then in our agenda, because this course normally takes this course takes normally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So, but today we're going to be mostly talking about the Venture 5, engineering your business model, detailing your business model, and remaining focal on assumptions, which is now we're going to talk about your model and your ideas and how you plan it, who you want to sell it, and everyone like that. Then this is the business model canvas, which actually shows you the different parts of your business. In this 9 segments of the business, we're talking about the value proposition, and I will explain them one by one. And after then, you'll be able to fill this as one. And then you'll be able to explain it to someone that you need funding or that you need to partner with, or it will help you to be able to express yourself on what is it that you do. As you can see on our left-hand side, we're gonna talk mostly on the customer and business, and on the other side, we're gonna talk infrastructure, financing, and all that. So it's 1-page business plan that you'll be able to help you know your business better. So we're gonna talk about the customer development, how we develop our customer, your customer discovery, how do you discover your customer, how do you validate to say this is the right customer, and the customer creation, and then we're now building the company. So when we talk about customer discovery, we're talking about thinking through what you want the business to be for better idea of what you don't know. Then we'll use that to focus your discovery. What is it that you discover from your business? Then how are we going to validate our customer? Focal point for managing your assumptions like you guess, but then now are we going to do the assumptions that are opened or that are closed, or what is the interrelation between closed and open? I believe that you understand that when we go forward. Then we talk about customer creation. Then the focal point here is organizing the incremental growth hacking experiment. What does that mean? A business doesn't go like, no, but then the business go incrementally from 0 to 10 to 20 to 30 until 50 if it's 50. So let's say, for an example, you want to start a business with 100 people. That is not possible. But then you start with 1, 2, step by step until you reach that beautiful number that you want. And then the fourth one, the strategy management tool, which is our business model innovation or business model canvas, where we'll be able to understand our own company, including customers and the infrastructure and all of that, that we call it a company building. Then, just to give a simple saying of a canvas, the canvas is a housekeeping tool. Do you know a housekeeper makes sure that whatever that you do, like let's make an example, someone who's working for someone, like a maid. She is a housekeeper. She makes sure the house is very clean, and she makes sure that everything is in order. So our canvas will make sure that whatever idea or the customer or the persona that you have, it's clear. So let's read here. We say the canvas, it's a housekeeping tool. It won't hand you the gold, but it will help you monitor how things are panning out. As you see this man here, I know there are people who are taking gold dust from water and then they will surf it. I don't know what is surfing, but let's surfer or surfer until they get that gold. Anyone who has that experience, maybe to share with us, I will open for 2 hands to say, how do you explain this picture? Anyone else from any way? Protest room, I think I see you are saying something. Not West Devon. This man do. How can this man is doing nothing? What is this man doing? I believe you see this man is doing something, but you don't know what is it he doing. But I've explained a bit. I will take 2 hands. Devon, Zunil, I think Zunil, yes, I see the hand, or it's an old hand. Okay, there's no one. So we'll talk about it. Then let's go back to, yeah, so a business model canvas. See, you have 2 men here, the slender one and the bigger one. So we are saying some techniques are more effective than others, but they all require substantial and consistent exertion. What does this mean? Whether you are slender, whether you are tough, but we all take the same process. And this simply means whether you are a starter as an idea or you're already there, you can be able to make sure that your business is being made out of process. So a business model canvas, it's a process. Then, you know, every house has a foundation. So in our foundation, we will use something that is called design thinking. So I will explain what is design thinking and how can we use it. And then we're gonna talk more of the lean startup, how to assume or how to guess the right thing. We're gonna talk about how to hypothesize, experimenting, and learning. Then the second thing, we're gonna talk more on business model canvas at itself. And then we're gonna talk about the user stories and test cases where now we put the idea into reality. And then we're gonna talk now about promotion and the product itself. So these are the 5 steps that you're gonna take. Any questions from this before we start with the canvas and its part? Anyone? Then if there are no hands, I think the hand has been up. If there are no hands, then we can start about the 3 parts of the canvas. The first part, which is orange, it's all about what are you offering. And then the gray one, I don't know if it's gray or blue, I mean gray or green. So it's about the customer side of things, customers. And the gray one, which is this side, it's about the infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure do you want? And then the left-hand side of this is customers, and the left-hand side is infrastructure, and the other side is customers. And in the middle is what is it that you're offering? And we have 2 blocks, which is revenue streams and cost structure. On the cost structure, in the infrastructure side, we'll understand what are the costs that I need, or what costs will I incur if I am running a business. And secondly, how will I make money? That's our revenue streams. How many revenue streams do I have in my business? Then, a reality of getting customer segments. We're gonna talk about the interrelationship between the value proposition and the customer segment. How are these 2 interlinking with each other? Why should my customers understand my proposition? And is my proposition linking to the customer segment? then as you can see, for an example, segment 1 and segment proposition 2, that will go along. And as you can see, proposition 2 and segment 2, they'll go with each other, and segment 3. So I will explain this on how we're proposing the mapping. So we have the interdependent variable, which is value proposition and customer segments. What is it exactly that I'm saying to my customers? And then maybe if I could pose a question, why are you using Sunlight dishwashing or Sunlight dishwasher? Anyone? Why are you using Sunlight dishwasher? Anyone wants to share? Or any kind of dishwasher or detergent that you are using? Mpumalanga, Devin. Now we're talking business. Let's talk business so you can get an idea what I'm talking about. Devin, yes, I see your hand. Devin, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Tariso.
Yes.
Just a concern here. They are requesting that you mustn't move very fast because they are also jotting down some notes. Thank you.
All right, perfect. I will try to be slow then. So what I'm asking on this one is value proposition and customer segments. And what I want to do now, an example of a dishwasher. You are using Sunlight, you are using Pine Gel, or you are using any other detergent. Why are you using that? How does it connect with you as a customer? It connects kanjani Sunlight with you as you want to wash the dishes. Tandim Dlalosi, I see a hand.
Oh, okay. Can you hear now?
Yes, ma'am.
I've raised a hand because we find out that here there is someone who's deaf, and we requested someone in the department to do an interpretation or interpreter. So the person will be online shortly, and that person must also appear like you are appearing so that she can see the hands as she's going to do the interpreter. So yeah, just to make you aware of that.
All right, thank you for that. All right, while we are there, I'm expecting even questions on the chat. And then we have a question from Eastern Cape, Port Elizabeth. How can we create an app that can notify the SEPs at the situation of violence without calling or sending message as the response take longer? Wow, that's a very beautiful question. And I'm happy that there are people who are thinking about an app, which is something that is handy every day and that we use. I think maybe Mam Thandi will advise that we're gonna have a small session on how to exactly create an app, probably tomorrow or Wednesday, so that you can understand the elements of creating an app and making sure that it works. Is it, Mam Thandi? On the digital skills.
Yes, probably so. I think you will advise us, but today is Wednesday, I think.
Yes.
So I think the other days will be Thursday and Friday. So you will advise us as per your plan. And especially it will be good if the women that attended here have interest, because we must present, we must do all those trainings that relates to them if they really want to do that training that you're talking about.
All right. Then let's go back to our topic. Why are you using a dishwasher? Hi guys. So you want to tell me Abo Mama about Lana, they don't use a dishwasher. What are you using? Yes.
I've been waiting to answer your question for a while now.
All right, perfect.
Yes. I feel for me in my household, the reason why I still use Sunlight as to other dishwashers is because it's been around in my family for very long, and it has proven to be the best as they advertise on their adverts, you know. that it is better than most other dishwashers and stuff. So for me, I feel like it does its job, you know, and I'm very happy with my dishes afterwards. And I also use it for other stuff, like in the washing, you know, it takes a grime as well. Like if we add a bit in the washing machine, I feel like it helps that. Well, yeah. So yeah, I feel like
So
they
ma-
keep to their promise. Yeah.
Okay, so that means you are a loyal supporter of Sunlight because it makes that feeling of yours.
Yes.
So maybe if you can tell me in 3 words, how does it make you feel?
In a pardon?
In 3 words, how does it make you feel?
Satisfied.
Yes, satisfied.
Yes, it makes me feel good because I spent my money on something that's actually worth it, you know.
Mhm. So as we are talking about feelings, I remember this song, You Make Me Feel Like
Brand new.
Diamond in the Sky. It makes you sing for me. You make me feel
No,
like
is it a natural? I'm saying a brand new woman, but anyway,
all
it makes
right.
me feel brand new, basically. So you go with that.
I mean, that's how our products should make people feel. And I love the fact that you pointed out that it has been long. So which now we're talking about retention, though there's something that you hooks you back to that. And any other provinces, what are you saying? Oh, we still have someone at Devon? No. Okay, so let's talk about customer segments versus personas. So as far as we spoke about the customer and the persona, so persona is more like what is your customer thinking? What does your customer see? What does your customer feel? And what does your customer do before you can sell to someone? And I believe now you're getting an idea to say, okay, I have an idea of cleaning. What will my people think that I'm cleaning for? What will they see? How will they feel? What are they going to do, or what action they will take when they see my product? I think we understand that one. Anyone else who wants to tell me about the think, see, feel, do? Think, feel, see, do. Anyone? The think, feel, see, do. All right, no one is saying something, but then I will explain it again to say your customer, as a customer segment, you need to know, or as a business person or your idea, you need to know the people that you're gonna sell to. A persona is the person that you're gonna sell to. And you must know with this person how they think, how they see, and how are they feeling, and how they do about all your products. Then, design thinking. Any questions before we can go forward? Or am I still speaking like Ferrari? Or I'm slow like Quantum? Zakele? Or the Devon side?
I think you're speaking okay now.
All right. Yeah. So we have two names here, and in design thinking, it's always two things: empathy and creativity. So the design thinking now, as I have to explain it, is selling what your customer wants, not selling what when you think of, but you must know what your customer wants. The first thing that you need to talk about is empathy, and the second thing is creativity. So remember, when you have an idea, you need to come up, or if you experience a problem or you see a problem wherever you are, you need to come up with a creative way of solving it. And remember, as a business person, or the idea should be solving problems. So as we are in different provinces, we understand our provinces better because we stay there and we understand them. And if there is a problem, there is someone that needs to solve it, and which is you. So we'll talk about different kinds of problems, and already they spoke about all those problems. The first one was that they need to, like in Northwest, she spoke about she loves the kids and the kids loves her, but she doesn't know how to make sure how to start her business, which is some kind of a problem, but is related to her talents and gifts. And then we have someone who wants to help people to express themselves through music or singing, which is she saw the problem and now she wants to solve that with singing. And that is how we're gonna do it. So I'm gonna explain to you empathy and creativity. And the best example that I had to take, it's something that we know and something that we always see in our lives and in our homes. Who exactly know this? What is this? And you must be knowing what is this. Mpumalanga, you have been quiet for too long.
What is it?
What is this? What is this?
It's a mouse trap. We believe it's a mouse trap.
It's a mouse trap.
Yeah.
And I believe people in Northwest, they will say ke slagiter. Northwest? Yeah? Slagister. And people in Devon, I don't know ngesiZulu bayibizani, umshayi or what do we what?
Unoxhaka magundane.
Unoxhaka. And then in PE, Eastern Cape, nina nisho ukuba yini lento le. PE? Hi, unmute yourself. Okay, if he doesn't want to talk to me, then if we know unoxhaka la, unoxhaka solve a problem of trapping amagondwani, and then in the northern voice they say it's a slagiter. Slagiter, it's something, I don't know what is it in Afrikaans. I will try one day. Then let's make an example about, yes, Devin? Okay, Devin is not saying anything. Then let's talk about this guy here. We have Igundwani. So we empathize, or we have empathy. Empathy is knowing this thing and knowing what is it that he is. The first thing that we know, it always have an entry where la izongena khona or more itokena nkoteng. And then we know la ihamba khona, it's either it urinate, and we know that itanda ukuhamba on the edges or like ebondeni, where it won't be crossing in the middle of the floor, but it will go wall to wall. And then we know number four is very speedy. Speeder, you can't catch it ngesandla or wikijimise or do anything to it. And then number five, we know itanda cheese and itanda peanut butter. Did you know that itanda peanut butter? Yeah. Did you know? So if we have a problem yokondwani and my partner agafuni ikundwani with all her heart, like magabona ikundwani is something else. She doesn't want to see ikundwani ngenhliziyo yakhe yonke. And if she doesn't want to see ikundwani, she has all kinds of traps. One of other traps that she showed me, it was garlic and chilies. I don't know, guys, but then you help me. how do you catch your Gondwanis or your reds in Devon? Devon?
You hit them with the spade.
Okay, and then other people in other provinces, Poche's room, libole a jwang tweba. PE, how do you bolaya your tweba? How do you trap this one?
For Poche's room, we use red poison.
You use red poison. And others, share with me. I see the hand from Mpumalanga. Yes. Mpumalanga. Yes, Mpumalanga. Leboya jwang tweba. I mean, ni bulela kanjani I red or I Gondwani?
Yeah.
Hey, I asize Mpumalanga balibulela kanjani? Okay. I see something. All right. So that means we have different ways of Obulala Igundwani, and that means we understand how it operates. So as a person, and if you're a person, you need to understand how do you solve your problems. For example, we found that it has an entry, Ivula Umgoti somewhere. We know where Ihamba corner, it's either it leaves Umkamo, and then we know it runs on the wall to wall, and we understand that it's very, very speedy, Iyashesha, and we know it's under cheese or peanut butter. Then let's see our solutions on this. If we know this, it can run later. So our creativity, we spoke about how do we exactly solve the problem. In my house or in my home, we're saying that we check and repair wherever la ingena corner. Do you do that too? If you are doing that too, and then we can use a UV validation to see like it come out corner, because you know when you have EUV light, you can be able to see like it come out corner, and then we see that it have a relevant replacement, which is yes. I see the hand. Okay, it's in the Kubeke. Hi Faith, hi Faith, hi Faith, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yes, so now we have a relevant placement where we can see, okay, if it run on the edges, how can we get it? And then we need to have a better mousetrap. And others, they said, hey, I kick it. Others, they say, hey, Nishaya with the spade. And others, they say, we use lahater. So now the creativity comes in as a symbol of knowing that how to kill it. And then number 5, we powered by the beta bait. Beta bait would be your poison, would be your glues, would be all those things. So remember, we're coming from problem, and then we come into creativity or solution. So if now you were a person who is working with Amagundwani or Amaroto or Amaret, how will you be able to kill it, and what kind of solution can you come with so that you can sell it to people? Maybe 2 people that can explain to me from whatever that you've discussed. Now, let's say you are opening a business on Yamagondwani, how to stop them. What will you do? What would you do? I'm waiting for the hands. Okay, if there's no hands, let's go forward. Oh, the Mpumalanga, I see your hand. Oh, it's an old hand. Okay, there's no hand. All right, let's go to our next slide. So we must understand between an empathy and a creativity side of things. Even in your business, you need to understand the matter or the problem or the person that you're going to be selling to. And you need to understand your problem better before you can come up with the solution. Now, let's go to the next slide. Now, if we have the foundation in design thinking, we already now going to be creating our persona. As I have said, the persona is where now we see the problem scenario, where you see the alternatives and your value proposition. So the problem scenario in this manner, we'll be talking about an office kind of an app that will be able to make you understand what kind of business can you run digitally or a product wise. So in our persona, as I've explained, is who are you going to sell? What are the characters of the person you're gonna sell? Then we have 5 people here. We have a granny. Yes. Zakele?
Sorry about that.
All right, perfect. Then now we have personas here. We have a granny who is using the sewing machine. We have a guy here who is holding himself with a pink shirt. And we have a grandfather or a CEO. I would say this is the CEO. And we have a young lady and we have young men here. So if you understand these people, may I ask a question to 5 people? What can you expect the kind of shoes of these people are wearing? Anyone? Let's start from the gogo. What kind of shoes a gogo will wear, and what kind of shoes a CEO would wear, and what kind of shoe the guy would wear, and all of them. I see from Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga, yes.
The guy in the pink shirt is wearing, I don't know how to explain the shoe. The lady is wearing heels and this boy with the white shirt is wearing sneakers.
Okay. And the CEO, I didn't get the CEO part.
I'm a Kiken Boboza.
I'm a Kiken Boboza. Okay. And then on the protest room, what are we thinking? What is it that they are wearing on their shoes?
The gogo, I think she's wearing those ones looks for the most probably wear by nurses.
Okay.
The guy with the pink t-shirt is wearing formal shoes.
Okay.
And the lady with the blue t-shirt, she's wearing heels.
Okay.
Guy with the suit is wearing formal shoes, but those one with the sharp noses.
Okay.
He's wearing sneakers.
All right. So, and then any other one who wants to participate in this? This is very interesting. Mm-hmm. Hi, Devin, you're not quiet. Okay. Oh, Devin, you are coming up. Tell me, what exactly are they wearing? The shoes. Devin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think all those 5 people in the picture are wearing type of shoes that are restricted to their type of career. Like the granny should obviously be wearing comfortable shoes because when she's at home, probably or in a room sewing. The guy with the suit, the CEO, he'll obviously be wearing like more formal shoes. So I think the whole basic thing about the picture is that everybody in their different careers would obviously have to dress differently. Like you wouldn't find the granny at home with the suits on, basically, and you wouldn't find the CEO with babakis and a tracksuit just chilling, you know, because if you had to walk into a boardroom meeting with the tracksuit pants and babakis, people wouldn't take him seriously. So I think that this picture is showing us that it's important that in our careers, it's important for us to dress appropriately so that we are taken with respect. Because if you're walking into this boardroom, perhaps, okay, and you just dress like normal of us, we would think that you are one of us. You know, you wouldn't stand out to say, okay, I am the coordinator or the person who's handling the meeting. We would just think that, okay, this person is one of us and they have to just chill and watch what's happening, okay? And even when you're in the front, we'll probably be looking at you and being like, whoa, you don't have any money, you don't dress, or you don't have your lives together and you want to tell us to get our lives together. So I think that it's very important to dress appropriately, first of all, so that people can identify you in your career and say, okay, this person is CEO. In your career, as well as in your office or your workspace or any sort of area, because if you're going to go up to a business and you're going to ask for funding or any sort of help from them and you're just going to be dressed up all slapdash, you know, they're not going to take you serious, you know. They're probably going to look at you and be like, you don't even think, you don't even look serious about this, you know. So they're not even going to help you. Like, I know from my own experience that I would never help somebody who doesn't even care about their own appearance. You know, I would wonder, how does your business look if this is how you dress, you know? So I just feel like this picture is showing us that in each respective career, it's important to dress and look the part as well. So yeah, I feel like it's not just about the shoes, it's about the whole entire look. Because the granny can have formal shoes on and a nightgown. That doesn't make sense.
So can I ask you a question? From this picture, who is the owner?
The owner would obviously be the guy in the suit. Yes. You probably own the whole company and all the floors, you know?
So, okay, maybe just to deviate a bit from all the provinces, let me pose this question to say, who is the owner here? Okay, maybe that those ones will say okay, let me not say, who is the owner? Mpumalanga, who's the owner?
We have the answer this side.
Okay, please tell me.
The owner, it could be the guy with the white vest. Maybe he's an innovator.
Okay.
Of an idea of the whole idea of the
It can be the white guy. Oh, not white guy, white t-shirt guy. And then anyone else, Mpumalanga? Who is the owner? Devin, do you know the owner?
I think it could be the person, sorry.
Okay, please.
I think it could be the person with the pink shirt. I mean, when you look at his body language, he looks very frustrated. And from and from a business sense and as a chief executive officer of a company, I mean, it is quite, it's inevitable that you're going to be very happy, especially if your turnover is not coming up as expected. So I think it's the person with the pink shirt. Purely because of his body language. I mean, it looks like his numbers are not adding up.
Which? Then, okay, can we have from the other province? Provinces. Devin. Devin. Okay, I know Devin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Who is the owner?
Actually, I would like to differ from everyone else. I'll say the old lady is the owner, because maybe
the old
she
lady is the
started.
owner.
Yes, maybe she started the sewing company, and then he hired the guy in the suits to be the CEO, and all of them like are working in her company.
Okay, okay. Another thinking. Another thinking. Potchefstroom, laring yalo kamo. Potchefstroom is quiet.
Is the blue lady? I think so.
She might be the blue lady.
Yeah, that.
The one, the
Wearing-
young one, or
Not the old one, the lady.
oh, the lady would
younger
be the
one.
owner. Oh, the younger one would be the owner.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. So maybe just to emphasize something here, we cannot define an owner by the way they were, but then we can define the owner by what they are doing in business. Maybe the first thing that I would advise here is we wanted to find out what kind of shoes they're wearing. And then someone said the guy with the pink t-shirt would be some kind of an owner because now she looks like the numbers are not adding, but is stressed. And other sayings, maybe it might be the lady with the book, and other would be said it might be the old lady owning the company and all these people are his workers. So what I'm saying here is we can make scenarios. For me, or for the sake of discussing this, I would say probably the lady which is suing can be the owner, and she hired that guy with the pink shirt to be some kind of a finance manager, and then the lady with blue t-shirt would be her marketing officer, and the guy on the suit would be a chief operating officer, and the guy on the white t-shirt would be a salesperson. Am I right or wrong? Or I'm looking at another thing. So I'm just guessing as you were guessing.
Well, I feel like in Mpumalanga, we choose to agree to disagree, simply because there's no, when you look at the guy in the suit, right, you obviously going to judge because of his age. You'll then assume that he could be the chief executive officer, right? But when we're looking at today's day and age, a lot of youth people are now becoming CEOs for their companies. So I don't think it's necessarily something that's age related or age specific, but it's mainly by the business philosophy and as well as the business plan. I mean, anyone from a 16-year-old can turn into a CEO for a multi-million rand company. So I understand your terminology and your an analogy with using these images, but from a realistic sense, I feel like anyone can be a CEO. Even the granny that's there with the sewing machine, she could be maybe the CEO of making winter jerseys with wool. You know what I mean? It's it's the idea around it. I could be wrong, hence why we're saying we agree to disagree.
All right, perfect. The Mpumalanga have said it. So while we're still thinking on that, we need to take a 10-minute break for stretching, and I need to stretch too. But then let me finish with this last slide, and then we're gonna take it to the break. Then let's see what kind of shoes are
Sorry,
they wearing.
Tabiso.
Yes, madam.
I don't think you saw my hand. Just wanted
Yo,
to
I
comment.
saw your hand. I was coming to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes. So, but then you can continue. Continue, no problem.
No, I was commenting on the slide relating to
Oh.
the owner or the CEO. I just
Please,
wanted to make
please.
I just wanted to make my comment in terms of observing the conversation.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I was a bit taken aback because many of the participants they took long to identify the females as the owners. Most identified the males, and then also most identified the older persons as the owners, which is very in line with the research that we are seeing in South Africa currently. One, that females are still very, the percentage of CEOs of females, especially in the digital environment, is very low. And secondly, that the highest percentage of CEOs are white, older males in South Africa, still currently. So I think that just by virtue of the responses, it confirmed the current situation in South Africa. But for the purpose of this exercise, I think I wanted to agree with the latter speaker from Mpumalanga that indicated that ownership of a business is no longer defined by race, color, age. It should be defined by your capability and ability and what it is that you bring to the table. And then lastly, also in South Africa, we have a number of young innovators. Youth are really coming to the table when it comes to the digital environment. So we want to encourage women, older women, because young women are in the space, to also take up these opportunities. And we want to encourage persons with disabilities to take up the space, because currently youth without disabilities and mostly young men are taking up the innovation space currently. Thank you.
I mean, like, there is some kind of wisdom that we are expecting from our elders. Then, thank you for that, Petronella. And these are the shoes of the people that you were actually saying they wearing heels. So for you to, according to perspective, what you see is what you get. Comfortable shoes, what is that one? I don't know, what did they say? The black shoe and the brown shoe. I mean, you see. So how do we see our personas? It's how we actually look. So let's go and take our 10-minute break, and we'll be coming back at let's see, Mam Tandi, we can come back at 12:25, so we can continue with our presentation. And thank you and all the best. Let me go and get myself some tea so that I can refresh. Mam Tandi, anything that you want to say from Devon?
Thank you, Tabiso. We can go to break and come back at that time. Thank you.
All right, much pleasure. And I will be expecting some questions on the chat, and then we're gonna start at the chat and make sure that I get to them before we can get to another slides. Thanks. And Porch, please confirm with me that you are back. And then Pumalanga, please confirm with me if you are back. Porch, are you back? And then we can see so that we can start.
Porch is back.
Oh, welcome back, Porch. I hope you had your relaxing time, refreshment, and you just digested the information that you just got. And then let's see on the Kebeja, yes. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Sorry, my brother.
Yes, oh, you are on, nice, thank you. And then let's see, Devin, Zakele, are you back? Zakele, are you back? Okay, so without waste of time, I think we should be starting, and so we will finish earlier.
My brother, sorry.
Yes.
I see that a window is pinned on Faith. Is it something that you can do from your side to unpin so we can see the presentation as well as you speak? Because we can't now switch different participants. It's stuck on one person. So I don't know if maybe it's something that you can unpin from your side.
Yeah, I've unpinned it.
All right, sweet. Thank you, my brother.
All right, perfect. So let's start about discovery and learning. So in business world, we learn our customers. We must know who our customers are. For an example, I will make an example, a very simple one about the dishwasher. Remember we spoke about the dishwasher. So when we speak about dishwasher, who are we selling to? Are we selling to a mom? Are we selling to a brother? Are we selling to a bachelor? Who are we selling to? The dishwash. So whenever we're having that dishwash, we need to think, see, feel, and do. Then from that, on our slide here, we see the 4 sections of think, see, feel, do. What exactly are these things saying to me as a business person or someone that is running a business? Then we look at the problem scenario. What kind of a problem are you solving? Or what is it that you are solving, or what do you see as a problem around and in your community? Secondly, what are you doing for the customer? What existing need or behavior are you fulfilling? So we need to understand the name need. Do your customer need or want your service or your product? That would be the question that we need to ask ourselves when we are working on our problem scenario. Then after this, we need to look at the alternatives. Since now there's this problem, what alternatives do we have? In my example here, I will make a spreadsheet problem. So we would say, if currently we use a spreadsheet, watch them use it and get a copy of it. If they currently put notes on the family fridge and ask about it, or photograph it or take a picture on it. So the problem would be in a company or in a church, let me say a church, you always use that register to collect your offerings. And then what alternative you use currently, probably you are using a spreadsheet. Then if you are using that spreadsheet, how will you be able to make it different and make it easier for you to use? So as I've said in the beginning, that I will be using an example of a company. Then what is your value proposition? You've seen the problem, you've seen what alternatives are there, then what is your value proposition? Remember that many ideas have been done before, and whatever that you are doing today has been done before, different way, but then you, because you're living in the modern times, you need to modernize it or digitize it, or I don't know. There are so many things that you can do. We can make an example with SMSs. SMSs, we used to use SMS. I mean, before SMSs, we were using letters. And after letters, we use the SMSs. Now we're using instant messages such as WhatsApp to send you a message just now so that you can be able to access. So these three things are the problem, I mean, not the problem, are the way of how we see, think, feel, and do for our customer. So what the question that you need to ask yourself whenever you are creating your value proposition is that, are they better enough than the alternatives? Whatever idea you're coming with, is it better than the other one? I will go back again to a dishwasher. We have different kinds of dishwasher. We have Sunlight, we have Pine Gel, we have, I don't know, others. So maybe let me talk to, I can't remember, that was talking about a dishwasher from Devon. Are you still there? From Devon, are you still there? You spoke about the dishwasher, how it makes you feel, so that we can be able to understand the scenario of a persona. Okay, so let's talk more on the example problem scenario. We have an app that is called an Able Quiz. So our persona here, we want to sell it to Helen, the HR manager, and Frank, the function manager. What is the problem scenario? We're saying it's hard for, okay, an Able Quiz app is one of the apps that are making a simple way of screening people when they need a job. Let's say you send a CV and Helen as an HR manager, they need to find the skill sets and end up sending people who are unqualified to Frank, and to Frank it makes them make sure that, oh, this is, you're sending me wrong people. So that's a problem scenario. So when we talk about problem scenario, we say, let's see from Helena, what does she say? She says, it's hard for me to screen on technical skill sets and I end up sending Frank unqualified results. And the problem scenario on Frank's side is, I have limited time and I don't want to be a jerk. It's hard to screen for all relevant technical skills. What are the alternatives? You know, you have sent CVs to these people, then you can call the references and you can take their word for it. So that means you call me as a reference and I say, yes, man, you see, Tabiso is good in this and this and this, but we are not sure if they have those technical skills. And then whenever you send on Frank, if Frank doesn't have limited time, and the alternative is to ask the probing questions to say, do you really know this? Do you really know this? Do you really know this? And that is waste of time. So an Able Quiz will come with the value proposition, which is the new ability for meaningful screening of technical candidates, increasing percentage of successful hires, and lowering Frank's workload on recruitment. So what is this Enable Quiz app solve? It makes sure that it screens the right candidates. And again, it makes sure it saves time that Frank spent on probing questions and wasting time on interviewing the people who are not qualified who are not good for a job. So any questions? Poch, do you have any questions from the example of a problem scenario? While you are there, please make a table that will be a persona, a problem scenario, alternatives that are available, and the value proposition, so that we can be able to make ourselves our own problem scenario examples. Then the next slide, we're talking about the storyboarding a problem scenario, how to make a storyboarding scenario, making sure that you understand the problem better. Then we will start from before and then we go after. And all the stages is where now you need to see what is it that you are using as an alternative. Firstly, on the first board, we say, this is Helena, the lady, and say, maybe they are on the interview to say, it says here, you know, Linux system admin. And the guy says, yep, and I really want a job. So the guy is telling Helena that. But we don't understand if this guy really has the skills. And then secondly, we have an HR guy, which is Frank, who is probing the guy on the questions to say, HR and your resume say you know Linux system. Then the guy asks, yes. So, okay, I'm super busy, you are hired, please start ASAP. So now the guy has been, so now the guy again now comes and asks, hey, what is the IP that new web server? And the guy would say, let's type wing command not found. Then I saw it doesn't have one. Sorry, then that means the guy is failing the guys to know that this is the guy who's just actually not knowing what exactly he must do on their job. And they are using before an alternative. Then after, now let's say the guys, they have the enable quiz. The guy who is coming for interview, they gave them the quiz and then it scored 10% on your Linux screen. Now we need someone who has more experience. So instead of going through that interview, having the probing questions and all the steps, then the guy from the first, they'll be knowing that, no, we have a person, this person doesn't have the experience. On the second board here, we have HR and resume says, you know, Linux system. Yep, great, please, you are hired because we know that you can do this. Then the third one, then, hey, what is IP, that new web server? Then you will be able to explain what exactly they're talking about. So these two boards are showing you the before and after, the problem and the solution. Are we still following? Any questions? Are we still following? Any questions? Or I'm talking Chinese. Any questions? Are we still there? Any questions? Devon Northwest, Tebeja.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Mpumalanga is okay, thank you. No questions.
Okay, Mpumalanga is okay. That means we are flowing nicely. Any questions from Devon? Okay, it seems like there's nothing. That means we're flowing well. So this is the first exercise for the day. Now, we're gonna make an example about a mom that is working, and then this is an index card that we'll be using for a persona. This exercise, you list at least 3 personas. Remember on that slide where I was showing you the mom Kulu and the child and the CEO and what. So now we need to look at this exercise of persona creation. We're gonna create now our persona, and then we must know who are we serving. For an example, we're gonna say Mary, the working mom, Susan, the stay-at-home mom, and then we have Douglas, the dad, and we have Nathan, the nanny, and we have Ivan, the infant. And we'll be able to explain between these guys who is the buyer and who is the user. So please create your own, and I will be going to the next one. I will give you 2 minutes for you to find out who is your persona, and then other 2 minutes, we'll give one from each province to actually present to us their personas. I'm gonna be doing timing now for 2 minutes, and then now I know we understand what exactly is a persona. Let's start. And if you have questions on how to create, or you are doubting, you can tell me. I will send a message on the chat. Not chat. Persona on the chat. I said chat, sorry. I'm still waiting. Just create your 3 persona creation so that we can be able to see if we understand what are we saying. This is your first exercise for the day. And if you don't mind, you can do it in groups. I don't know, people are sitting in tables that they can discuss their personas as a group if one has an idea or anyone who has a wish to start a business. And if you have any questions, you can post. I'm still waiting for them. And more questions will be able to make us understand some other things. I don't see people writing something on the Now we are working. Now we are studying our business. Now you have an idea. If you didn't have an idea, now you have an idea. What is it that you need to do? This is an example that I'm making here so that you can be able to see how easy it is. Any questions? I wish I could see what are you writing there.
Pumalanga has a question.
All right, Pumalanga.
Okay, so these 3 personas we identifying, we kind of confused as to what's the product that we're selling. So if you can give us clarity with that, I believe then we'll have a lead as to how we need to answer.
All right, perfect question. So what I would ask is that, what idea do you have as a group there?
Okay, and then do we need to list 3 different people or just particularly one?
At least 3, so that you can be
At
able
least
to.
3?
Yeah, at least 3.
Okay, for the same product that we're now going to discuss as a group and enunciate.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions? I love Mpumalanga because they're talking to me. That's why it's my favorite province. Ma'am Petronella, are you with us?
I'm here, Tabitha.
Are you still following, or you want to create your own persona?
I wasn't listening to the instruction, unfortunately. So
Okay.
yeah, I won't be able to participate.
Okay, I want you to participate. It's now saying, do you have any idea idea that you want to sell or that you want to work on? And then on that business, we need to find who are you going to sell to and create a persona. For an example, you can say Mary or Tandy, the working mom, or Zakele, the stay-at-home dad, or Douglas, the dad, from the product that you are thinking to sell.
Okay, that's fine. I will respond when you give me a chance.
All right, no problem.
Thank you.
Faiza, are you creating a persona too? And then we have Sneezy, hi. All right, our 4 minutes, it's done. So I believe that we have people that will be sharing with us. Douglas the Dead, okay. Create your own persona for the product that you want to sell or the service that you want to offer. Any guys, anyone who can share with me? Mpumalanga, are you done? So you can share with me?
Yes, we are. We just
all right,
we're switching on the camera quickly.
Yeah, please share with me, guys.
Okay, so us as in Mpumalanga, because we reside in Emalahleni, we've decided that we're going to sell coal.
Okay.
Us selling coal, we obviously identified 3 personas that we could potentially sell to. We've got Nathan the nanny. That's obviously excluded. That's obviously excluded because he is a nanny, I believe, right?
Okay.
And then we've got Ivan the infant relating to a child. So those 2 that I've just mentioned, we're scratching them out. So our 3 personas that we're going to use is Mary, Susan, and Douglas, because these can be potential buyers of coal.
Okay. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming.
That's why we're in Mpumalanga.
I didn't see that coming. Okay. Devin, what are you selling? Are you selling the ocean? Mpumalanga, are you still, I mean, not Mpumalanga, sorry. Devin, are you selling the ocean? Tebeja, are you selling the whole of whole? What are you selling? Yes. Okay, I think the sound is faint. I can't hear clearly. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear now.
Okay, this is Devin. So I think for us, we will go with baby products.
Baby products.
Yes, whether it be nappies or milk, you know.
Okay.
Okay, so I feel that the Nathan the nanny would obviously nappies change the baby size. So Ivan the baby would need the nappies.
I'm losing you. I'm not sure. You are far from the mic, or you are. Maybe can you go to the mic if you are not next to the mic, please?
I am at the mic.
Okay, but then it's a bit faint. Please try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear.
Okay, so I'll just start over.
Please.
So I suggested we sell baby products.
Okay.
Okay, so Susan, the stay-at-home mom, they don't tell us what type of kids she has, so I'm assuming that you would need baby products like lotions, nappies, and milk bottles, whatever.
Okay.
And then Ivan the baby would also need those type of products as well.
Okay.
And then Douglas the dad, he is a dad, so it obviously means he has children. So you would also need baby products or infant care or whatever it is. And also Nathan the nanny would need
the baby products to take care of the baby, as well as Ivan the infant. So I think the person who will be left out is Mary. Oh, she's also a working mom, so that means she has children. So all four, yeah, would actually need the products, basically.
All right, that is Northwest. All right.
No, it's Durban. Sorry.
Oh, it's Durban. All right. Then we have two examples, the coal and the baby product. Let's see on my side what we have. So, and this, from the coal, we have to identify who is the buyer and who is the user, or both. So note that with the B, we're talking about the buyer. With you, we're talking about the user. So we have Mary, the working mom. Mary, the working mom, can buy and use the coal. Am I right in Mpumalanga? And then at Devon, Mary, the working mom, can buy the lotion or can use the lotion for the baby or for her. Yes. Am I right, Devon? Okay, then Susan, the stay-at-home mom, she can buy the coal and she can use the coal. Am I saying it right?
Yes, that's correct.
Mpumalanga, and when we go to Devon, because it's a baby product, Susan, because she's a mom that's staying home, and most of the stay-home mom are those with children that are still small or they are infant, then that means she can buy and use the product for her baby. Isn't it fine? Devon, you confirm with me. And then Douglas, the dad, can be a user of coal for him to fry the meat or for him to use it on the, what is that thing, the fence one, fire heater. What do you call it in Mpumalanga? Fireplace.
Yeah, but we've got a question.
Please.
So now what if the dad was the one that was sent to the store to buy the coal? Isn't he now a buyer?
You can make him a buyer. Because remember, we say, look at the question. The question says, which are buyers, users, or both? So in my example, I will tell you after. Why is my example like this? Is it okay?
Okay.
All right, perfect. Then we have Nathan the nanny. Nathan the nanny can be a user. In Devon, she can use the product for the baby, or she can use the product, the coal, to warm up the house or to set up the fire. And then Ivan the infant, she's the baby, he is the baby, can use the diapers, can use, what is this? Tell me, moms, too. What can the infant use? Devon?
Baby powder.
Or baby powder. You see? And then again, when we speak about the cold, the baby can get cold, and the daddy Douglas, he is the user, and the Ivan can use it to warm themselves. Am I doing good or am I going astray? Ma'am Petronella, advice?
I think you are on track but I just have a concern. I think the infant in particular, Ivan, in all the scenarios, I think he will only be a user. Because he cannot buy. Obviously, although infants influence buying, but they are not a direct buyer.
So we understand that as we are creating our businesses, we need to understand the persona. Remember the feel, think, do, and see. Now we understand if now I'm selling amagwinya, who is going to use amagwinya? Who can buy amagwinya? I don't know, or let me say the fat cakes. Who can buy the fat cakes? Who can use the fat cakes if you are starting a business of selling fat cakes? And I would pose the question to that lady who was talking about they want to start a business of cleaning. Hello, are you still there? who is your buyer and who is your user. Maybe you should know that when you meet with your partner, now you know who are you going to say it's a buyer and who are you going to say it's a user. Are we good, lady? Then let's go forward. So here we have 5 real examples of each. Now use back of your index cards, but then we're not gonna use the slides because we don't have much more time. But if you can look at these people and you'll be able to understand the way we are talking about the user and their buyer on all these pictures. Then, so if we could pitch only one pitch of one persona type, which sort up top to bottom, from the nanny to from the nanny to the user, to the buyer, to the user, or to the user to the buyer. Which persona do you think it's important for your business? And then this is another exercise that we're gonna be doing. So in your page, you're gonna write problem, an alternative, and a value proposition. Then I will make a beautiful example here. And then the first problem here is the problem: Mary would like to be more structured and consistent in her use of allowances to teach the link between work and financial rewards. So the alternative that she used would be to track the completion of chores, homework, and etc. manually using paper boards, notes on her phone. And then you as a new business, you have the value proposition for the problem that Mary has, which is use our app to easily and consistently implement best practices tailored to your situation. Then this is where now we start the real thing. We're creating our value proposition on our business model canvas. So I will be giving you 5 minutes to work on it. And if you have questions or you are kind of lost, please say it now before we move forward. So this is your exercise to do in 5 minutes, and then in 2 minutes we'll be talking more on the problems and how can we channel and all the things that are gonna be following. Anything from Mpumalanga, Durban, Northwest? Talk to me. If you have any question on this one.
Mpumalanga has a question again.
Yes, yes.
We don't clearly really understand your question. So if you can kind of simplify it with regards to what exactly or how we should answer to your question, I think that will help.
Okay, let's look at why are you selling coal? What is the problem that you are solving?
Okay.
Yes, that's what the question, the problem is, what is it that you are solving? What is the problem? You mentioned the problem. Let's say, for example, thinking out loud would be saying, most of we in Mpumalanga, we don't have the charcoal, what is that? Charcoal activated medication, that one that you use for medicine, or that one used for charcoal, what is it? Charcoal, I can't remember this. Charcoal toothpaste. Charcoal can make many things. So what is the problem that you are solving with your charcoal? Or are you using charcoal for what? Or people have, what problem people are having that you want to solve, and you can solve it with the charcoal? Yeah, I think I've explained it more like it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And then in the Durban scenario where they're talking about the baby products, what problem are we solving? Do we have lack of supply of those baby products, or do we have more fake products, or do we have what? I mean, you will see what is the problem. Remember, I said from your scenarios, from different communities, you have different needs and you have different ones. What are your needs? What is the problem that you want to solve in your area or in your community? Okay, I'm seeing two hands up. Is Zunel Felix, and the other hand is from Mem Petronella. Yes, I'm recognizing you. The questions, are they coming?
I thought that Sunil would come first.
Okay, you can come first because it's more like it's an old hand. Let me just help him to lower the hand. All right, yeah, it's you only then, Petronella.
I wanted to assist the urban people with the baby products because I don't
Okay,
hear
you're
them.
welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
I don't hear them responding, but they can obviously decide if I'm not on track. I think for me it would be maybe there is a lot of working moms in the area where they are selling, and the moms are not able to breastfeed, so they would maybe be buying baby food mostly, and then also maybe because they are working, they have people that look after their babies, so they would need to buy some. They need to make sure that they buy proper baby products to ensure that whoever is taking care of their babies are making sure that they're using the correct products. So that would be two reasons for me. Thanks.
That's wonderful. I see, I don't know, Kanya Shoots. Yes, I see you on the picture. Yeah, yeah, you can unmute. Yeah, please. I'm waiting for your question. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yes, yes, I'm waiting. Okay. And then what would be your value proposition? Remember, you are talking remember the problem. I think it's actually a good idea because we have load reduction and load everything is load. So that's a problem, and we need to come up with, and our alternative currently with load shedding is ESCOM, and then we need to come up with a good way to solve that. Yes, sir.
With a good solution to solve that would be generating industrial companies like mine.
Okay.
I think that's the most efficient way of us retrieving coal for us to sell to ESCOM to reduce the power outages. I don't know if maybe that's an answer my group agrees on. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So obviously our alternative will be to generate or build mines, industrial companies, so we can retrieve this coal from the soil of the earth and then resell it to ESCOM for them to reduce power outages.
Okay.
And we create jobs.
Actually,
and we create
jobs. So no, we will come to that. I love the fact that you're speaking about something that is real, that is actually more of us. Okay. So any other group that wants to talk to me? Mpumalanga. I mean, Devin?
Potchefstroom.
Ah, hallelujah, Potchefstroom is back. Potchefstroom.
Based on my business idea, is the one that I used to sell nappies. The target market will be the working mom.
Okay. Before we can do that, let's talk about the problem first. What is the problem?
The problem would be the affordability of nappies, and I think it's the one, and lack of employment, because as we see, there is an increased rate of teenage pregnancy now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're the one
So-
that have babies now.
Okay, so what are you saying to me is that the problem is teenage pregnancy. At the same time, you want to make money out of teenage pregnancy, which is a problem. Are you saying that?
No, we are not making money now. It's something
Okay.
like we're creating a campaign.
Okay.
In order for them to get free nappies, or for nappies to be more affordable for them.
Or you're making them more affordable.
Yes.
Okay, and then what is an alternative currently that you have? that
The
actually-
alternative would be requesting the sponsorship from open NGOs or government departments such as social development.
Okay, so you're gonna supply the NGOs and the social development, which is more of your persona.
It's something like an aid from them.
Okay.
They will aid me with the nappies to supply those young kids that are having babies, teenagers.
Okay, so that is your value proposition, the offering.
It's my alternative.
And then what is your value proposition?
The proposition would be to create a campaign that will raise awareness to those NGOs at schools and on public.
All right. So Northwest has came up with another way where now we're not talking strictly a business that makes profit. Now he has included something that we call the non-profit company or an NPO, non-profit organization, or an NGO, non-governmental organization in the picture. So your business model, you can even use it for your NGO or for your business. So thank you, Northwest, for that. You really appreciate that. Devin, talk to me. Mdubani, Igagasini, how are you going to sell an ocean to us? Okay, if Devin is not saying anything, I'm moving. Then prioritize your value proposition if you only pitch one, which after it. So we list prioritized personas and value proposition. If you have a chance on the other side of the world, please try to draw your model canvas so you can be understanding that the value proposition and the persona, it matches. Let's say we're gonna make an example of load shedding. A persona that we'll be using is the guy who's living in Malahleni, and that at Malahleni, this guy is living in a township, and then in the township, they have a problem of load shedding. So how do we solve the problem of the guy? Which is now we need to offer them a solution which is of value. And remember, we want to make profit, but we don't sell because we want profit, but then we sell the value. And the value now is giving them Amalahle, giving the company Amalahle so that, I mean, the guy is their user, and then the buyer would be Amalahle, who will be the buyer in this scenario? Who will be the buyer? The guy who's affected by load shedding, or hi, Malahleni, where are you? And then we're looking at again the porch because I can see they're still on. You say your customer segments would be more of social development and NGOs, and then the value proposition is offering the teenage young people that are pregnant the affordable nappies. Am I right?
Yes.
Aha.
Yes,
So
you're right.
I'm right. Okay, perfect. Mpumalanga, you talked about Amalahle. Who is your buyer here and who's your user? And Devin, you have been quiet. We have Devin.
So-
has to pay. Yes.
So we came up with this that usually with baby products,
like especially formula, the problem would be affordability. So
Yes.
since most companies that do produce baby formulas are from foreign countries, like first world countries, like let's say America. So came up with one solution that those companies could actually speak to the third world country governments to
Yeah.
produce either a milk that is more affordable to the consumers, or work with those countries to actually invest in them to make a product from that country that will make it like affordable for them at their price, especially with their economy, because when companies make a product, they don't think about everyone else's economy or whether they live in a suburb or city, they just sell the product. So
Okay.
then if they could work with such a initiative like that, where it'll produce milk that is a product from the country, that will, because the country understands its demographics basically, so they would have a better understanding of how it would be priced. So then it would be more affordable for like working moms, and especially since we have such a high rate of unemployment, those mothers.
Can I ask
they-
a question? Maybe
Yeah.
just to step you a bit. Who is the buyer and who is the user?
So the buyer would be it would be Mary, the working mom, Susan, the stay-at-home mom. Because I feel since they are moms, they would buy the milk. And the reason why I excluded Nathan, the nanny, because obviously the parent is the one buying the milk, so the nanny can give to the infant. So
Okay.
that's why I chose Mary and Susan.
Okay, let's talk about
I
the
feel
buyer
that
and the user. So you are saying buyer, it's Mary and Susan, okay?
Yes.
And the
Yes.
user would be Ivan and the baby. Are you saying that?
Yes.
All right. So if you have a buyer, and a user.
I'm
what-
saying Ivan.
Oh, Ivan.
Yes.
But then Ivan is the baby. How can he buy? David, you are losing me or I'm losing you? Which one? Okay, so we must understand who are our buyers and who is our user. And then from that on our value proposition,
get out.
I think you're having connection problem there. All right, let's go forward. So now I need you to prepare something.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, I want us to prepare something. We talk about the peer presentation prep, which is for targeted customer who statement of the need or opportunity, the product name, the product category, and statement of key benefit or key reason to buy, and primary alternative, and a product statement of primary differentiation. So in my example, I would say for hiring managers who need to evaluate technical talent, an able quiz is a talent assessment system that allows for quick and easy assessment of topical understanding in key engineering topics. Unlike formal certifications or ad hoc questions, our product allows for lightweight but consistent assessment of technical talent. So I want you to do your own peer presentation so that we can, when someone asks you, what are you doing? Then you'll be able to actually tell them, what are you doing? Looking at my example here. So I would like us to do that in 4 minutes, and then I will take a hand from Devin. Devin, I see your hand. Unmute yourself.
Sorry, Coach. No, it was a misunderstanding. You can continue. There was no.
All right, perfect. So
Something
I
else.
all right, thanks. So I think in Potter's Room, they will tell us about their product, which is for the teenagers. And then in Mpumalanga, the coal. And then in Devon, they are talking about the baby product. So I will give you 4 minutes to do that. And then I'm gonna be going forward with our presentation. Then another exercise, which is the same. So as a presenter, and you have an audience, which is your buyer. So you intro with your position statement that I've shown you. If you didn't get, yes. If you, please, maybe you can take a picture so that you can look at it when you do your exercise. Then we have, as a presenter, personas and value proposition. Number 1, intro with your positioning statement. Number 2, who are the top personas in your business? What's cool about the proposition? And then, if applicable, how do they differ between the personas? So you need to make sure that you go according to these 4 steps as a presenter to present your personas and the value proposition to your audience, and then focus on the process, avoid editorial, ask a lot of questions, think about it like an investor. So I'm gonna be your audience and you're gonna be presenting to me. I'm gonna give you 4 minutes to do that and then work on it so that you can be able to see that it's easier to take your idea into reality. And then we're gonna talk more now about the customer side, which is I'm gonna be working faster. Hi, Faith, are you back? Okay, welcome back, welcome back. Devin, I see your hand. Devin, I see your hand. Okay, I think you can unmute.
No one wants to say something? No one.
Okay, perfect. So I think you're working on it. You can take screenshots. I will share the presentation after so they can use it for working on whatever that you want. Ms. Petronella, I see your hand.
Tabiso, I just want you to be clear in terms of the participants. Are you asking them to use the examples that they have been presenting thus far, or are they able to use their own ideas, just so that there's clarity? So my understanding is that Northwest had an idea, KZN had an idea, and Mpumalanga had an idea. Eastern Cape did not have an idea. So we will only have 3 presentations.
Yes, they can use their own ideas.
Okay, no, that's fine then. Then I just wanted to also say that for the sake of the participant that is deaf and the fact that Faith just came in now, is it possible for you to just very briefly explain what they must do before you leave so that Faith can interpret?
Okay, maybe just to repeat it a small, we were talking about the persona, how exactly to create your persona, the person that you are going to sell the product to. And then whenever you think about a persona, you need to think that how will this person think? How will this person see? How will this person feel? And how will this person do or take action on the product or service that I'm selling? Then in our own groups or provinces, we will now look at how can I present that to my persona. For an example that I have highlighted here, remember we spoke about an enabling quiz that is going to be used by HR manager to hire people so that Frank cannot have more time making interviews. So if now you have a solution, you would say, for hiring managers who need to evaluate technical talent An Able Quiz, it's a talent assessment system that allows for quick and easy assessment of topical understanding in the key engineering topics. Unlike formal certifications or ad hoc questions, or product allows lightweight but consistent assessment of technical talent. So this is how you're gonna present that to your persona. Already you told them about how they feel, what are they going to see, what action do they need to see, and how are they going to feel about the product. I think you understand. And then going to the next slide, we'll talk more on what is it that we need to formulate that. So number one, we as a presenter, when you are going to present, we're talking about the personas and the value proposition, which is the example that I've shown you on the previous slide, which is your intro with your positioning statement, and who is or are the top personas, who are the first persons that you're gonna sell to, and what's cool about the value proposition, because when you look at that app that you're thinking about, it will make sure that you do assessment. That is something that's cool. And then if applicable, how can you differentiate between personas and your value proposition? So whenever you're presenting this, I'm gonna be your audience, and I will think as an investor, if this product that you are coming with is the product that I might be interested in to buy, or it might be the service that I want to use. So it will depend on how you present it and who are you exactly targeting, which we are calling it a persona. I think now you understand and you are with us now. Please confirm with me. And then any questions from anyone, or are we still struggling to see how can we work out our personas and value proposition? Yes, Mpumalanga, I see your hand. If yes, Mpumalanga. I wonder what's the celebration all about.
Okay, afternoon again, sanibonani futhi dumelang dihlobo tsa rena tsa ko Durban. Emazulwini sanibulisa ngapha eMalahleni, Mpumalanga sithi sikhona, sifikile. Ngale eMaxhoseni ngithi ngivukile ndikhona nami.
And then what about me what about me in Paris? What about me in Paris? Jovo.
Okay, thank you again. So now here we are for the Doma mining. We are selling coal, and we are selling for who you ask us who our customers are. Our customers.
Let's not call it a customer for today. Just to say a persona.
A persona. Okay, let me use this process of all.
No, a persona.
Our persona is power stations. E.g., we have Duva Power Station, of which everyone knows about it, and Gusile, Kendall, Eskom. We've got so many power stations. That includes Eskom, the most biggest company that supplies electricity. Then why are we selling coal? Why do we think that we are capable to sell to Eskom and all the power stations? It's because we are reliable, efficient. That means we are faster. And we are cheaper, we are reasonable, we negotiate, and the quality us. It's here, we don't buy from anywhere. So we dig it. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Can I ask a very simple question? Who is your buyer?
Our buyer, except our buyer, we're going to be talking about Buba Power Station.
Okay,
Power
that is your
station,
buyer.
Our buyer, yes.
And
That's
who
the-
is your
so when
user?
we go, the user is the community of the electricity, because obviously if ever they have enough coal, they'll also have electricity. Then we have informal settlements whereby they have fireplaces where they can buy the coal as well direct from us. Then Baba Sumilo will not inside
All right, Mpumalanga, I love the energy. Poch, Chestrum, Araboleleng, Arabueng. Poch. Okay, Poch is not ready. Devin. Devin. Ow. As I say, where are you? Devin.
Hi, Tabiso.
Is it Poch?
No, it's Hobby. Can you hear me?
Is what?
It's Hobby. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Tabiso, my group says you were too quick with the question, so they couldn't understand. So please repeat.
Ikebeja. Hey, Kebeja. You never presented your idea, but at school. So what are we saying is, what is your customer? I mean, or who is your customer or your persona? Who are you going to sell to? And what is your solution? So you will start with your problem to say our problem in Kebeja is the changing of name from Port Elizabeth to Kebeja. And how can you solve that? And then how can we know, maybe announce it to the world? Unless you have another problem that I'm not sure it is. Maybe you can come up with something from there and then give us the solution. You heard Mpumalanga is talking about the coal, and then others they talking about the baby products. They are not there. They are what and what and what. So I think maybe you understand me now. Okay,
Yes, now they got you.
All
And
right.
I also told them, or you just gave them examples. They must come up with ideas.
Yes. Devin.
Poch is ready.
Oh, Poch, yes. Is an Italian Poch.
Our target market will be focusing on teenagers and adult mothers, both working and not working.
Okay, Poch, can you start with the problem first and then tell us what's happening so that Kebeja can understand how we're going to be presenting? Remember, I'm an investor here. I'm a billionaire that is waiting for good ideas to invest in it.
So the problem is that is because of the affordability of NEPIs. Both teenage mothers and working mothers, adult mothers. So which means they would be our target market.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What about unemployed mothers?
Yes, both working and working, both not working and not working.
Okay.
Yes, get them both.
So maybe if you can tell me who is the buyer and who is the user?
The buyers, don't remember that this is an NGO. So
Yes, it's an NGO, I understand. So remember, NGO is been sponsored by someone. Someone can buy those products and give. So that's why I'm asking, who is the buyer?
it would be the social development and and other stakeholders.
Okay. And then one other thing, yeah, I'm still listening.
The category of the product will be based on baby products.
Okay.
And the name of the product will be South Africa's baby nappies.
Okay.
Yes. So
remember, I'm an investor, bruh.
Yes, for them to buy is because the nappies will be more manageable by a waste and easily disposable.
Which is your value proposition?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm using cloth nappies.
Cloth nappies. So cloth nappies, that means they are reusable.
No. We are not using them because they take an amount of time. So we want something to be effective. We want the nappies to be effective.
Or you want them to be effective. Okay.
Yes.
So are we done?
Done.
All right, give Poch a good hand, Lapo. And then I think I'm gonna pass the others, and then they will do it later. So let's go through our presentation. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. It shows me that there is the spirit of entrepreneurshipism, if that is a word like that. Ma'am Petronella maybe can help me with that. Is there any word like that, entrepreneurshipism? Ma'am Pet.
No, I think you are creating your own words. It's entrepreneurship. That's all. I don't know about entrepreneurship. It's being entrepreneurial. That's the English word.
That's a good English, okay?
Yes, that's good English, yes, apparently. Listen, Tabiso, I just wanted to say that I hope you are going to clarify some issues, because I just wanted to help Potchefstroom or Northwest.
Okay.
I think there is a little bit of dilution of the information.
Yes.
Because essentially the value proposition was affordability, but then they moved to effectiveness. Because if it is affordability, then I'm just making an example. A nappy.
Yes, ma'am. I'm still listening.
Sorry, there was an incoming call.
Okay.
Remember, we are using mobile devices. I was saying the value proposition was affordability, but then they said they don't want to use cloth nappies. They want to use disposable nappies because it's going to reduces time. But cloth nappies can be used again, which then assist with the affordability argument. So I'm just saying that we just need to make sure that we clearly crystallize our value proposition and not move it as and when how we prefer, because that then creates a challenge in terms of the buyer, but also of the user. Thank you.
I think now I'm gonna anoint you as my co-facilitator.
Hi everyone.
All right. So let's talk about relationships and channels. I'm gonna go first because these ones are easy. So when we talk about customer relationship and we're talking about channels, remember we spoke already about the personas, which is the customer segment and the value proposition. When we talk about customer relationships and the...
Sorry.
Yes?
This is PE. We want to add on the question that is previously we talked about. We wanted to add to the previous question, the exercise that you had.
Yeah, I think we need to move because of time so that we can be able to get to another slides. Can I suppress you for that? Then we'll talk about those after I've explained the customer relationships and channels. So we have some that has been used 4 years in the sales, and this is called AIDA. And AIDA, our IDO, is called its attention, interest, desire, action, onboarding, and retention. Then, when we're talking about AIDA, we're talking now what relationships or channels are we putting our product or services in. So I'm gonna explain the AIDA first so that you can understand the concept of AIDA before we can get into channels and relationships. AIDA is like, how do they first find out you or your proposition exists? Secondly, the interest. What is it that engages them with your proposition, and how will you connect to them? The third one is, are you connecting with an important problem scenario? Is your viable product or VP better enough than the alternative? That will be your desire. And action. What is an absolute minimum set of actions required by the customer to have you deliver on their problem, which is your channels? And then we have onboarding. How do you become a regular habitual user? How will you know if that's happening? That is your onboarding. Retention, which I normally say retention is one of the most important one. How do you deepen their involvement or attachment, investment? How do you get them talking about it? For an example, we did an example about the dishwasher that she always wants to use Sunlight because of that. That is retention. I want to go again, buy that dishwasher. I want to go buy that 1 million fragrance. I want always to buy Albany bread instead of Sasco. So there's retention. Then let's talk about storyboarding. What we see on attention, where are you visible? How do you rise above the noise? Would be the attention. And then the interest. What piques the customer's interest? Tick 1, 2, or tick 2 or something. How and why? And desire. Are you connecting with an important problem scenario? That's why most of the time I'm emphasizing on the problem scenario. And then an action. What do they have to do to buy your action? Are they buying? Well, maybe for an example, I'll make an example with, if I have to buy something online, is it taking me through many links, or I'm just saying place your order and that's done? So action, how am I buying? Or we can call it call to action. Then we have onboarding. How do you, or what does the user have to do to get the initial reward or gratification? For an example, you will have no easy to use the product. For an example, there are people who don't know how to use an NAPI. Do you have those small steps to use the NAPI? And then we have retention. You have been using this product for 3 weeks. Are you going, or are you happy? How do you ensure your user stays happy and active? And then they will be able to share. I will make an example with, I know most of young women, they do this. Whenever they go into a beautiful restaurant or the restaurant that makes them look wow, they will take pictures and share on their social media. Is your product making people to share how they feel, and how easy is your product you can use with either? So we're gonna look at the storyboarding of the Able quiz. So now on the attention, you see I used an Able quiz, which is, as you see, there's a link, LinkedIn page there, I am. So you are using the quiz to evaluate tech hires. There's a question that they ask probably on social media. That's giving them attention. And then interest, an Able quiz, the easy tech evaluation. Yeah, this looks relevant, which is now it takes your interest so that you can use. And the desire, this process should be so much better, and I could use a win. So if you are solving a problem, you should make it easier for people that are going to buy. Yes, is there any question? All right, then action. You want to try this quiz, enable a quiz thing. Then Helen is talking to Frank now. Then they do a candidate to do skill researching, screening. Sure, let's try it. And then onboarding, job title, Linux admin, and they use it. And then retention, now they got the newsletter, and then which means now they are actually more of saying we want to use this because it's working for us. Then they get a newsletter. Have you considered skills audits to train your staff training? So those are the things that you need to look at when you talk about storyboarding: attention, interest, desire, action, onboarding, and return, which is your storyboarding. So whenever you think of your product, think IDA. So this is the IDA story. Now, from the exercise that I need you to do, because now we don't have time, I would love that you take a picture on this exercise and you create your storyboard on the product that you want to serve your customers, which is now we're getting more of how we create the marketing strategy or how we're going to promote the product, because now we have the value proposition, we know our customers, and how are we going to make a relationship between our customers and the product, as I've explained in previous slides. Did you take the pictures? And then now, as we talk about customer relationships, remember we have Facebooks. I will make an example with Facebook, WhatsApp, and what. How do you connect with your customers? Are you talking to them on the phone support, email? Are you talking with them through social media? Are you talking to them through any kind of one-on-one or personal view platform? But then in the digital world, I will talk mostly about the social media, because most of the products now are bouncing off to the social media where they can talk to us. Remember, you can ask maybe, like, for example, say, hey, Telkom, I did this on your website and then I didn't get this. And then they will actually talk to you to say, okay, give us an inbox, and then so that we can talk about the things that we can do. I hope you are making note of this. Then we have channels. How do we sell our things? Do we sell them through the social media, or through sales, or through the retail, or through the web, or through the phone, or through delivery? How are we bouncing to take on our IDA? What is it? How will you know if the thing is working? You can use so many things to actually make sure that your product are getting somewhere. Any questions before I move forward between channels and client relationships? Mpumalanga, do you have a question? Because I can see the hand. Or are you good? Porch? All right, if there's no question, then I will move to another slide. Then, as I was saying, you took the picture and then try to see your IDA journey so that you can be able to make sure how do your relationships and channel work for that. I will make a small presentation on what exactly we need to do. For example, I will talk about my product, the IDA way, and then after that, I will see what relationship am I providing and how my products will reach the customers. That is the simplest way to say it. Podge, how would you form a relationship and how will you deliver your product through the channels that I have mentioned? Podge? Or any other, I nearly said a country, any other province that you wanna tell me? I see the Devon. Devon? Yes, I'm listening.
We got nothing in it because we're still formulating the answer.
Oh, you're still formulating? Okay, no, perfect. And then,
thank you.
Now we're gonna talk about the favorite part, which is the revenue. Then here we see a plumber. So this plumber, you don't have to overcomplicate your revenues or your income. For an example, we're going to make an example with a plumber. When a plumber does something, you pay them. If a sink garbage disposal lasts twice as long, you'd pay more, okay? Then if maybe you say your drain is blocked, you call a plumber and the plumber will just do it in 2 minutes. And then let's say you have that acid or a type of unblocking detergent, then you pay more than that so that you can solve that problem. So on your revenue streams, you need to make sure that you have different revenue streams, and those revenue streams, they will make sure that you acquire more income than you can think. So let's create a pricing that tests elasticity. Then on this one, as we were talking, or maybe before I get to this, any questions? Any questions? Okay, if there's no questions, let's create the pricing. So when it comes to pricing, Bazalwani, there is a lot of entrepreneurs that are making pricing complicated. So we see two things here, the Basecamp and the Hootsuite. So these two are two different products that are selling probably the same service. So these two services are actually more on social media and the CRM. So the Basecamp, as you see now, you need your full name, your company name, your email and password to start your free trial. But then when you go the other side on the Hootsuite, you just get a get started now. So these two are actually telling you, the other one is telling you about the prices, and the other one is not telling you about the prices, but then is showing you, you can get it for free, pro, or enterprise. Between the two, which one will you go for? Which one will you go for between the two? Just a guess. Just a guess. Hi, Bazalwan. Are you sleeping? Mpumalanga, I see your hand.
Can you please repeat the question?
The question is, look at these two pictures. The other one is showing us prices and the other one doesn't show us the prices. Which one will you go for? And look, the other one says free and the pro and the enterprise. And then the other one is showing us monthly packages, $20, $50, $100, and $150. And these are two mostly the service providers that we have. Which one would you choose?
Okay, I don't know if we understand everything correctly, but the one that's on the right is a subscription, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Because it's got a free, it's got a pro, and it's got an enterprise. So
Yes.
with that being a subscription, it obviously has monthly billings. Okay. And then from a budget perspective, if you're gonna now look at your financial plan for the year, and you're now gonna measure your finances according to subscriptions that you're gonna be subscribing to, that may be the cheaper option, because you look at the benefits as well that comes with the subscription. Let's say hypothetically you take the enterprise section, right? You're gonna look at all those benefits that could potentially benefit your business and its growth. Okay, but obviously looking at the budgeting perspective of life. And then when you look at on the side, also from a budget perspective, it could work, because now you see the exact cost of what you will be purchasing. But now here's the thing. If now these costs exceed your budget, wouldn't it be simpler to go for a subscription where you can get more and still pay less over a period of time?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. But then you alluded something very important, the benefits. But on the other side, we don't see any benefits, but we see the prices. So what I want to go back to is, Remember we spoke about feel, see, do.
Yes.
Remember it. Now, as a customer, if I'm seeing the benefits, okay, this one give me social profiles up to 5. This one enhanced analytics reports, team members, and all those.
Yes.
Then now I have an understanding of what the product I will benefit. So that means all those are your value proposition.
Yes.
Now we understand the value proposition to say, this is what am I benefiting as a customer that wants to use the product. On the base camp, I still need to think, okay, 10 projects, 3 space. What are we exactly talking about? You see, so these two are two different. Then let's talk about the revenue. Thank you for that, Mpumalanga. Then, getting started with revenue streams. Where are you providing value and when? How does the customer perception of value change over the course of experience with the product? How will you collect your money administratively? Those are the 3 questions that you need to look at. So I would say, for an examples, we're looking at the price per unit or price as a whole service. Are you going to charge as a subscription, and or are you gonna charge as the utilization fee, or is it gonna be your support and maintenance contracts, or is it gonna be an hour billing, or is gonna be fixed price service billing, or is gonna be a royalties or revenue share? So now, when we create our revenues, we need to understand that sometimes, I would make an example with, let's see, I would make an example with someone that is running a website. A person who's running a website could have probably 3 revenues. The first revenue would be selling the products on the site, running advertisements on his site, as in like you have your Google Sense or something. And the third one would be selling, upselling your products through the social media, which is, it will give you 3, I mean, not even social media. You can maybe create a YouTube page for that product, and then you'll be able to get your products around. Are we all together on that one? Or do we have any questions on how to set our revenues? It can be subscription fee. For example, if you are selling, let's say coal, you'll have 1 coal is 100 Rand, or 1 unit of coal is 100 Rand. And then if you want to subscribe for your 10 kilos or your 10, so that you can pay it monthly, you'd have, let's say 5 kg, you pay 3 Rand, and we supply with 5 kgs every month. Or you would say another revenue would be, we bill an hourly, I mean, we bill for you supporting, or maybe you can say, from our coal, we can service your machines. I mean, those are revenues or income streams that you need to look at. Any questions? Even on the baby products, you can have 3 kinds of products. That means you get 3 incomes. You can get 3 incomes from the lotion. You can get an income from the nappies. You can get income from, I don't know what the other baby products, maybe from the cereal. I think that makes sense. Anyone who has a question, or let me check on the chat. Okay, on the chat, there's nothing. Then going forward, I think we are done with the first side of the first side of our what is this? Of our business model canvas. We explained what's the persona.
Tabiso.
Yes.
This is from Durban. So from my understanding, so basically the whole entire exercise for today is for us to establish personas, right?
Yes.
And then to move forward as to identify the buyers and users.
Yeah.
And from there, we should work with how our products will help, and who would appeal to, and why would it be appealing, right? And establish a way for people to have access to our product.
Aha.
And from there, we should basically follow the
AIDAR, and also with that work with our channels and still work out how would we get revenue from it. Basically, that's the whole exercise as a whole.
There's the whole exercise. Isn't it the business plan itself, half of it?
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to understand, because we're going from like this to this to this to this. So it kind of like gets in your throat process, because you not sure whether you should go like that or just include it all as a business plan in one full thing.
Yes, that's why at the start I said we're gonna work on the customer side of things. Remember empathy. From empathy, we're saying our persona, it's a rat, or maybe a person that is being bothered by a rat, which is the problem scenario. And then you're gonna buy a Retex, and then whoever buying the Retex, you're gonna be having a revenue from Retex, or you're gonna be having a revenue from the Slagiter, or something from that. You remember that? So that's what I was trying to say. But I think you have actually summarized in the easier way and on how you see it. Okay?
Okay, thank you, because that's what's like confusing about the whole thing, because like it's all the subtexting and yet everything links to one major project that we don't choose in the beginning. So that's why it's like getting into why we're not answering, because we're kind of like trying to follow each slide, but at the same time come with a problem for that, and yet everything links up into one main idea.
Then I believe that it's an aha moment for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then we need to go to the other side of the business, which is now we need to talk the offering, we need to talk the customer and infrastructure again. So we are left with now the gray part of things, partner one, activity, resources, and the cost, which is the three parts of our business model canvas, which is, I'm gonna go first because this is the easier side out of all of them. So in this side, we're talking about the infrastructure driven or customer scope driven and the product driven. Ma'am Petronella?
Sorry, Tabiso, I don't want to interrupt you, but I just wanted to indicate to the person that asked the question, I could not hear your name, I'm sorry. I think that you are correct, and also Tabiso is also correct, because what he was doing is he was explaining to you how to do a business model. And up until now, he has been focusing on the, for lack of better English, the customer side or the input side, in terms of what are you selling, who are you selling to, why are you selling it. That's what he's been focusing on now. But what I wanted to say is that, yes, he asked you to give ideas so that when you apply the knowledge, it's not done in a vacuum. It's not done just theoretically. But remember, in the morning, he gave people an opportunity to give their ideas. So as you go through the process, you still have to have your idea in the back of your mind and understand, how do I apply what I am hearing to my own idea? Because you are building a business model and you are building your business plan in terms of what he is presenting. So yes, you must use the original ideas that you gave as the overall idea, but you are also learning. We did not want you to just get the theory without having an idea that you are applying it to. So I hope that helps in terms of, and I'm sorry for my voice because it's really getting bad.
No, don't worry. We can hear you very clear.
I hear it myself. But that's what we were trying to do so you building your idea, but we are also giving you the theory at the same time. So I hope that helps to clarify what is being done, because I just could hear that you felt like you are being cheated, if I can call it that, because you want to apply the theory to a different idea, but then you are pushed back to the nanny after the coal or the nappies or the, so it's a parallel process, if I can put it that way.
Yeah.
Where we are using the ideas that you gave, but you are also learning the theory at the same time. So if you have the idea of the choir, the lady that spoke in the morning that said she wants to start a school to use music as a tool, you would then start thinking, who are the personas in my scenario? Who are the buyers in my scenario? Who are the users in my scenario? What problem am I trying to solve? And how am I going to convince investors to buy into my idea so that I can build my business? Just as an example. Thanks, Thabiso.
Thank you, my co-facilitator. So now we're gonna go to the infrastructure side, where now we need to talk money, infrastructure, and all that. So looking at our business model canvas, now we need to see the infrastructure, the customer scope, and the product. So we'll take an example with this model types. Infrastructure proven, we'll look at telecom. In our country, we're talking telecom, not telecom, telecom or MTN. Those are the big infrastructure where we get our networks. And we have scope driven, like yourself, a banking, maybe Standard Bank, or we're talking retail, your Checkers or your Woolworths. And then we talk about product driven. Now, this is where now we get. In the infrastructure driven purposes, is where now these things are being created from, let's say, from the raw material until we see it now as a final product, and we always buy the final product. Then let's look at the business model types with the Kimberly-Clark. So infrastructure wise, we're talking Kimberly-Clark is that paper pulp that we talk about when we, like the toilet papers, and so that's where they're actually using. And DuPont, for example, you see people doing recycling and they go and recycle. That's where now you do the raw materials part. And the scope, we look at the cradle to the grave products, or we looking at the baby stores like your Toys R Us, or I don't know which companies again for babies, everything for babies in one place. And then we look at the product part of things. We can talk about what are the nappies names. I can't remember them, sorry. But then we look at these three types of business model and which one or which level are you. Then let's start with the key activities. And we're gonna look at your business as a small one. So getting started on the key activities, this is the other side of the business. What the activities? So what is the particular or strategic to your business model? How will you do these things that you have planned on the right side of things, where you talk about personas and what. Now you have a bigger picture, but then how will you do the things? Then will partners be involved, or should they be? Then let's talk about the examples here. Infrastructure, industry participation. Which industry are you going to be in? What is the supply chain management and process design and iteration? Then we're talking high level of production, where we're speaking more likely the partners that you can go to, and the partners that you can go and say, I want this, and then I want to sell it. And then on the scope, industry participation, growth marketing, SEO, web analytics, we're talking about those. But then in our topic, we'll be mostly seeing on the baby products side because we made that example earlier on. Then we look, are we stocking at the treasurers or are we stocking at the retails or the wholesalers? Then the product itself, which product am I looking for? Am I looking for the A baby nappies or the B baby nappies because they are very cheap and they are of good quality, or those? Because when we look at, and then another thing that I want to add on the key activities is who will be doing the job. And then we go into key resources. Remember, on the resources, we have financial resource, we have your equipment, we have your human resource. Then what is the particular strategy to your business? How will you get it done? Because that's where we need to focus on. The key resources, in simple word, it says human resource, capital resource, or finance, or all those things that will make this thing possible. Then let's look again, the key partnerships. Who are you going to get this thing? Are you going to make partnerships? Like, for example, if you want to sell, let's say you want to sell bread, are you going straight to Albany at the factory and make a partnership, or to say, okay, the partnership would be more like, I am your supplier and you stock at me? Or are you going to take this route of saying, Checkers is stocking from Albany, then I will stock from Checkers? So those are the things that you need to look at. And then, for example, the direct sales partners, your retail or distribution, creative agencies, subcontractors, will be mine? Or subcontractors, we can use it again in the code to say, okay, in our code, we supply that power station. And if we are supplying that power station, are we really going to have the people that will be subcontracted under us that will deliver the service? So I believe that you understand it. Then, what is the cost structure? So normally, I believe in minimizing finances because we don't have much of the resources. But then when we talk about the income statement, we need to see expenses and the profit. And we say profit minus expenses, or profit minus expenses, which is if you have 100,000, then you need to minus the cost of sales. This is where now we're talking accounting, a small bit of accounting. Then let's talk about this example. You see this man and this lady, they are doing a verse and they have in their own machine, and then we don't know who are they supplying. But then maybe if I would ask a question, what do you understand with this slide? Anyone? This guy is doing their own verse. They don't have to go to a meat farmer and get the meat. Mpumalanga, are you saying something? So everyone is quiet. Are we already hungry? We are about to be done soon. Okay, let me just go to another slide. So when we minimize, we need to minimize finances as far as we can. And I think most of the people, they ask themselves, like, when you say defer, minimum MVP means minimal viable product. Don't over-invest for the sake of creating output, but then invest a bit by bit so that you can not spend more capital on something that you don't know have customers. In an example that I've made earlier, you need to move like a hockey stick. You see the hockey stick is like this. So you move from down to up instead of you starting up there and going down. I remember when we were doing business plan, you would say in 1 year or in 5 years, I want to make 10 million. But then you never understood what product are you selling in that moment. And so another one to link to revenue as much as possible, variable versus fixed. So variable revenue is more like you saying variable would be something like today I'm getting 20 cents, tomorrow I'm getting 30 cents, tomorrow I'm getting 70, tomorrow, or is your revenue fixed? If it's 100, you know, 100, 100, 100, 100. So those are the things, again, that you need to look at when it comes to cost structure. Okay. Then we need to look at the profit drivers. The profit drivers would be the revenue drivers and the cost drivers. So is the market easy of entry, and can you upsell? We're looking at the revenue drivers. When you upsell, it's more like saying, okay, you are selling a diapers. When you upsell, it's more like saying, I'm going to be selling, or maybe let's say I'm coming to you and say, I want diapers. And you will be saying, no, man, we even have the baby powders. Maybe for these two, it's a special package that you can have. That's upselling. And then when we talk about cost of sales or cost drivers, talking cost of sales, where now we're talking about if you're going to produce and from raw materials, as you've seen, that guy is doing wors or that kind of meat. So we're gonna see cost of sales, cost of delivery, engagement management. What is it that is involved on the cost, and is it easy of entry? So all these are showing you an example of a profit drivers. Then the cost structure, which is probably our last thing. As I have explained, is how do you minimize use partners off the shelf components, or how do you defer against customer development or your milestones? Any questions? I think I've been moving fast just to cover time. Devin?
Seems like we don't have any question.
All right, perfect. And then Pumalanga? Okay, if you don't have any questions, then we need to look at examples of costs. Your product development, how much will it cost me to develop my product? What infrastructure investment should I do? Cost of marketing, how will I be using my marketing, or how will I get commissions? How will I pay commissions? And then another cost would be customers. How am I onboarding and support my customers? Like, how will I use my Facebook to support my customers? And then the cost inputs. What is it that I will be giving in so that I can get an output from this business? So it's our cost structure side. So all in all, as I am looking at the linkages to say, activity number 1 on the key activities would somehow you get a cost on how much it will cost me. Key activity 2, how much will it cost me? Key activity 3 as my offering, what it will cost me? So as this is your simple business plan that you can create on your own or as a group, and this you can be able to edit anytime when you are using it. And I'll be sending you some templates to use with examples so that you can be able to create your businesses. And then I think we're gonna pass this slide because I think we are out of time. So yeah, I think I will wait for questions for the next 5 minutes, and I will be exiting, and you're gonna be enjoying your lunch at 2 o'clock, and it's already 2 o'clock, 2:15. Wow. And this will be the end of my slide. Any questions from what have we discussed the whole day, and how can we go forward? And probably if you have anything to say, from my side, I am done. And thank you. You have been wonderful, and you have shared most valuable businesses. And I believe anyone who has a business, I pray that you start working on it. We're always available. I will share contact, we'll share them so that we can talk more. that's it on my side. Mam Tandi, oh, before my co-facilitator, Mempet, anything else you want to say?
I just want to clarify, I am not your co-facilitator because the session is being recorded.
Oh,
so I do
sorry.
not want to have any misinterpretations. But from my side, thank you, Tabiso. I'm not doing the thank you to you, but I'm just thanking you. And also thank you to all the participants that so actively participated. I'm sorry that we seemingly ran out of time in terms of the other areas, but remember I said in the morning, this is just making you aware. So at least you have some awareness, and as Tabiso has indicated, you can engage with them or through the department, obviously. And this is step one, is about looking at if you want to have a business idea, or if you have a business idea, how do you make it a reality? And that's what we try to do in this session. So we hope that you have gotten some insights out of it. But thank you so much, and yeah, enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Mempet. And from Devon, Mamtandi, I think I'm out. So anyone from any province? Yes, Mamtandi?
No, I also want to echo the sentiments that says thank you very much for the presentation. I won't repeat what Petronella was saying, but just to say that we are now going on lunch. Me and you, we will talk after this, Tabi, so in terms of the other days, how are we going to do?
Okay.
But with the team, with the provinces, we are now going on lunch. When we come back, we will then receive a presentation from Postbank. After that, you will leave, and then you will get the program for the next 2 days. For now, thank you. Let's go on lunch. The lunch is 1 hour. You were supposed to come back at 3. So now Tabi, so 8 on your. So it's 3:15. So come back at 3:15. Yeah. So we'll see each other then, as well as other provinces. And I must also thank Faith, who is online. She is doing an interpretation for.
We are losing you there. Mamtandi, we can't hear you.
Zakele, can you indicate if you are connected? I'm not sure what happened, but I think Tandy was busy thanking Faith that is assisting us with the interpreting for the participant that is deaf. I think we can break for lunch now so that we don't waste any further time. And then if we can please be back within 1 hour. If we can be back earlier, it will still be much appreciated. But if we can please be back in an hour. Thank you. Bye-bye.
what it is that your business is going to be. So you're propositioning people in order to invite them and want them to need and want your product.
Actually, the proposition the product to them. Yes. Any other Northwest? Are you there? Okay. Let me summarize in very simple terms of what value proposition is in the business language that is very, very simple. We find out there is 20 retailers selling chicken. But these retailers, the chicken that they are selling, the chicken that they are selling is not as the same as other retailers. And that product, proposition that particular business to say, this is what I'm doing, I'm selling chicken, but my chicken is not the same as your chicken. So what is that thing that you are doing differently from what other people are doing in the same manner that they are doing the same thing? Did you get me? I want to repeat that. What is that thing that is separating you from other businesses that are doing the same business as you? I'll go back and say, I'll start with KZN since I'm in KZN currently. How many banks do you know, or how many banks do we have in South Africa that are registered with the Banking Association of South Africa? How many banks do you know we have in South Africa? Can you please roll the mic? Emalahleni Mphweni, you are next. I need the answer. One person per province. Who wants to take give us an answer? Please, let's all be participating. I'll choose a table to answer. Go to that table. And in Emalahleni and other provinces, let's do the same. Please, can we get an answer? Because we are all here. We are not spectators. Let's all participate. Because we all want to start something. If they fail, I pass it to another province. If they don't answer. I just want a number. Can they just give me any number? Okay, 7. Emalahleni, what is your number? How many banks?
16,
Northwest, how many banks are registered with the Banking Association?
16.
Northwest? Okay, Gqeberha?
S-
Eastern Cape?
8. 16. 16. 16. Gqeberha. Eastern Cape. PE, yeah. Malta 16 guys. Malta 18. That's 8 banks. Malta 16. That's 18 now. All of 16 bank.
Now, what are the services of the banks that are giving? What differentiates them is the value proposition. What is that I do better than what you do, but the same product? You get what I'm saying? Now, I want you to start to take the idea that you have in the morning, bring it to life in terms of now I have a business. Now I want us to start by asking ourselves, what I'm going to do now is to talk about the flow of money. The flow of money.
Thetani kuwe mna ndizathetha kuwe.
Is money planted or is it manufactured or where do you get money? Where do you get money? Who can give me an answer? Is it raise up your hand, move the mic please. And Emalahleni will be next, followed by Coach, then Gqeberha.
Wala. Yeah, I think I think it's. I think it's manufactured where the money comes from.
And there's two big factories. The two factories, one is sitting between Pretoria and Midrand. That's where the coin money is manufactured. That place, they call it the Mint of South Africa. All metals, the whatever of Africa, including other international or overseas countries, they manufacture them there between Pretoria. Normally they say it's Midrand, but actually it's still Pretoria, south of Pretoria. That's where all the coin money is made. Now, there is a factory that manufactures paper money in Pretoria North. And that factory is called the South African Note Company, where they manufacture the note of South Africa. Now, what I'm trying to say to you, after they've manufactured the money, maybe let me just give you a free information and say to you, money is not made out of normal paper. That's why when you put it inside the water, it doesn't get wet. Money is made out of cotton wool. Yes, I was very fortunate to have visited
Cotton wool,
that factory of both several times, taking groups through the Banking Association of South Africa, taking the groups of young people, learners, to those factories for them to also look at what is it that they can do for themselves when they grow up. Maybe one wants to work when money is being manufactured. You'll be asking yourself, hey, if I don't have anything, I can take a traffic road on a daily basis. You'll be arrested. Now, what is so important is after the money is made there and everything is done, now I'm taking you through the economics of the country and the demand and the supply and everything. What do you think? How does this money end up in your hand? Emala, hear me? Can Emala give us an answer?
Can you repeat the question, please?
As long as you guys can hear us, let's get to KZN. What is the answer?
KZN. Phil Nye. Oh.
Correct. But that's towards the last step of what I'm asking. Very correct. I mean, money is at the Reserve Bank and manufactured. How does it leave the Reserve Bank and end up with you? Okay, we'll take this again. It's so that your mind doesn't become on this side or closer to the speaker. Let's hear. Probably just like this. Hey, team again. Let's hear. Please expect me to point at any table or at any problems at any given time because we all have ideas and we all have want to make them real and we all have that thinking of one day I want to be the richest person or the richest
So the answer to us is that the money moves from the bank, from the SAPN, and into subsidiary cash centers for assurance to commercial banks.
Maybe a follow-up question for you. How does they end up transporting the money? What request do they get from who? How? But if you're watching the news, okay, let me give you a clue. hear those ones to get more if we have got time. I'm allowed to talk to you about it, but I hope by Friday, before Friday, if there's a gap, I can fit you in on this one. Now, this thing called budget, this time I'll start with Teresa. Can you tell us what is your understanding in terms of budget? Remember, you have an idea, now you got the money, how do you use the money? So, Teresa, can you tell us what is budget?
Yes, we are here. I think it's planning and using your money wisely. Planning and using your money wisely. Yes.
Tell us what is budget.
So, according to our understanding, a budget is an estimate of income and expenditure for a set period of time. And to add on.
You have to speak through the mic because the other guys must listen also.
Okay, so budget is basically working with what you have and figuring how you can stretch it further.
Okay, makes sense. All right. Oh, you want to add on that? Okay. Let's find out which table has never answered anything so that we can. Next table, I'm coming to you. Next table, yes. Continue.
Budgeting, I think, is planning on how to use your money or spending your money.
Okay. So maybe to save time, I will take all the switch off the mic, Maybe to save time, I'll take all the answers and say, I agree with you. But there are 4 words that simple, that describes and tells you what budget is. And I think it's in Mpumalanga who have mentioned part of those words. They mentioned 2. Number 1, when we speak of budget, there's income. Now, let's look back to the government. They will always say they have a budget speech. Do you know why the budget speech? And remember, I am also going to touch on the demand and the supply of what Siapunda was talking about. Only because once you start making business, you need to know that do I have the client or the customer to buy my product? Will I be able to supply? Will the demand be there? Will the demand be too much? Now we need to come to that. Now, when you do your budget, you should have expected or you should be having an income from somewhere.
I think it's supply. Oh, surplus. It's surplus. Yes.
Which one? I didn't get that. Really good louder. Go to the mic, please. Are you choosing deficit or surplus? Surplus. KZN. And in KZN, I also need the reason why you choose one deficit.
I, as KZN, would go for surplus.
Why?
Because it means that you have more money left over once you have spent on expenses, which is a compromise in budgeting and not having enough money to pay for the things that you have to pay for.
Correct. Now, one thing that I want to bring to your attention is, which is what is always giving us a lot of challenges, is we are sitting here, all of us, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Eastern Cape, and KZN, with such big ideas, but you guys are sitting and holding them up for yourself. Why did you do that? I want you to start to understand one thing. When you want to take out your idea, and when you want to use your idea to become a business, and for you to become a business entrepreneur, you must believe in yourself. You must believe in that idea. You must make that idea a reality. I'm saying this because of one simple thing. I'm saying it because what do you get on that investment? Why are you investing money? Correct, interest. Rebecca, we've got salary, we've got interest. What do you say?
Interest.
No, they said say something else. Rebecca, say something else. There's a lot of them. Oh, wow. Some of us here are getting them.
Profit.
Profit, correct, from the business. KZN, what is yours? Mr. Literally, let's go to the table. KZN, let's say KZN. Seriously? Seriously? Sure. What are they? Are you saying something? Okay, let's hear that. Perfect. A grant, whether it's child grant or it's social, whatever grant, any grant is an income. Now, here's the biggest thing that we always miss. And I know that in most cases, husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, friends, when they move from home with a budget list of what they are going to spend on, they hold each other with hands, talk to each other, but when they leave the shops or the mall, they don't talk to each other. Why? Now we're discussing budget in here because I want to bring in the words that means, that says you must stick to your budget and you must make it a limit. The reason is very simple. You get to the shop, you have a list of what you are going to buy. And then maybe the man or the woman throws in something that is not on the list. Now it takes you out of budget. That's where the problem starts. So, if you have written, I am going to buy chicken for 100 rand, and while you are moving around the mall, somebody is ringing at you and says, cabbage, 5 cents each. You stop buying the meat and buy the cabbage for 5 cents each, or you are going to divide that money of the 100 rand of the cabbage, or what are you going to do? And do you know the reason why they are making a sale? Because we believe sale are cheap things and that's where the problem starts. Let's go back to a business budget, government budget speech. When the Minister of Finance gives out how he's going to spend our taxes, he will mention that I will give the Department of Health this much, the Department of Development this much, and. And they of the government, a department that will be taking care of what they've just spoke now, what do they call it, by the way? Disaster, what, because you don't always get disasters, isn't it? They come once and for a particular place. So, you too in your budget, when you do your budget, you must have that budget for those kind of unforeseen circumstances. Very, very important. So, stick to your budget, and if you did not budget for something, do not buy it. Because once you buy it, you are going to be in trouble. You'll be out of budget. Now, that's budget for you. petrol went up, when is on yesterday, and when petrol goes up, everything goes up. There's nothing that does not become impacted by petrol or by fuel, to be precise. Now everything goes up, and when I want to say, but you did not take into consideration that petrol up and for any other goods and services to go up. Very, very important. So you need to start to budget and to save money for whatever goals or objectives that you are having. So before you can do anything, and it's so nice, you can start as very little as possible to save money. You don't have to say, for me to save, I have to have 1,000 rand or so. I'll give you an example. I also teach learners or kids at school how to save. There's a project that we are running with the Banking Association of South Africa. It's called Star Saver. You can even Google it. Star Saver South Africa. We teach kids how to save. If a child saves 5 rand every day for 5 days, the whole year, at the end of the day, that including holidays, at the end of the day, that child has got 1,200. And if you are saving into a bank account, it should also be having accumulated interest. Now imagine a child starts saving when he's 10, and after 10 years, continuing to save 5 rand, and every year getting 1,200 rand for 10 years, 12,000 rand, and without including interest and compound interest. So start thinking that way. You don't need big money to start. That's why we at Postbank always say, take care of the cent. The rent will take care of itself. I want to repeat that. Please note it down. Take care of the cent. The rent will take care of itself. Because if you are running short of a cent to have a 1 rand, you don't have a rent anyway. You can run short of a cent to be a millionaire. You are not yet a millionaire. You are close to becoming a millionaire. So if you look after your cents, you know what I've realized nowadays in businesses or in retailers, your change becomes 1 rand 10 cents. They give you 1 rand, you don't worry about the 10 cents. It's a lot of money. Do that to me, you will see me green. Yes, that 10 cents is a lot of money. If you don't want to fight with me, do not price your things 1 rand 90 cents, 19 rand 90 cents, or 19 rand 80 cents, because when you give me my change, if I give you extra, that's 20 cents I want it. It's my money. That's why I'm taking care of the cent, so that my rents can take care of themselves. Very, very important. And every time when people start to have challenges, they start thinking about loans, credit. And a lot of us, we like to be saying to ourselves, I am credit worthy. I don't like that word, credit worthy. So that means your wealth is credit worthy. Why don't we change it and make it our own and say debit worthy? Meaning, spend what you have which is yours. Do not spend what you don't have which is not yours and end up paying a lot of money. For an example, if you buy a car or a house and you pay it over a period of time, let's talk about a car and a house. You buy a car for 500,000 rand, they say you pay this much for a particular time frame, maybe 36 or 72 months, you finish it. Why don't that be the same with the house? One thing is, which you must understand, these two items are not the same. The other one appreciates, the other one depreciates. And the other thing is, it's possible for you to buy everything that you want cash by starting to save for that particular item. Very, very possible. So, ATM staff and the credit staff will dwell much into it tomorrow as I've been advised. Now, Emalaheni, 2 questions if you have, followed by Northwest Coach, followed by Tereha. I'll close up with KZN.
There will be questions now.
Emalaheni, do you have any questions? If you don't have, there's nothing wrong.
We don't have
Means I was
questions.
very good. Okay,
We
I'll
don't
move
have
to
questions.
Coach. Continue.
Malashini has a question.
Yes. Continue, Malashini. I didn't get it. Please repeat. Oh, at ATM, how do they rob you? I've been asked to pack that for tomorrow. I'll give you the answer tomorrow. Please note it down for me, Mr. Lutuli. How do they rob you at the ATM? They can rob you at the ATM, a lot of us. Okay, let me move to Northwest. Watch. You know that's cakes, when they bake them, around Gauteng, Northwest, they call them Portuguese cakes. Those cakes, if you want to enjoy them, you must have baked them in Borch. They call them the Borch. Borch! Okay, I'll jump to Tereha. Eastern Cape.
We have no question. Taberra. Yes.
Please, can I get Eastern Cape?
We don't have any question.
Thank you, Eastern Cape. Borch, want to say something? Okay, if there's no questions, that's now. What is your question? I don't want that table. Any other table, please. This table, or that table, or this, or that table. Remember, okay, I'll say that in my closing. They said that that's a good question. No, you have said enough and mouth food for the day. Let's get others. Okay, you can come here. We'll come to your question. We're gonna be done. You can always spoon feed them. Yes, continue, ma'am.
I just want to ask, for people who are running like small businesses, like who are selling sweets, like small stuff, how do you save on that small money that you can save?
You listen to that. What a great question. Give me a big hand, please. It is what we call in South Africa a department that looks after small business. Whether you are selling sweet at 20 cents each or 50 cents each, take care of the rent. Take care of Did I answer you? Do you get it? If you save those cents, you'll be having rents. If you have those rents, hundreds, you'll be having millions. I'll give you a very simple example by a child who saved 500 a day without spending that money. At the end of the day, what will you do? Follow-up question?
No, I just want to say, I'm asking because like every day I save like when I'm selling like those 50 cents, 20 cents, and I just take it and I put them in a box every time. So like that's saving and thing. But now I just want to have interest on that. So do I have to go to the bank to change the money to notes, then have an account,
save this money or what should I do? Because I'm a student and I'm depending on this money.
Mr. Lutuli, please answer.
No, and I think my answer to that one would be that money you don't need to change it when you take it to the bank. You can take it as coins.
Correct.
And you give it to the bank and then they'll count it and save it for you. Then you accumulate interest.
For example, I've heard, I haven't believed, that if you take a 2-liter Coke plastic, you open it, you put 5 rand, when it becomes full, those 5 rand will make 2,000 rand at work. So, if you go to a bank and you want to save your coins and they refuse you, you have the right to go to the bank ombudsman. They will deal with them. And thoroughly so, fairly so, and forever. Exactly. You must be there and queue while they're counting all your 10 cents, your 20 cents, your 50 cents, and so on. In my time, you didn't see a 20-cent piece or a 1 cent, because I was born during the time when there was still half cent, 1 cent, 2 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent. In my time, you didn't see any of those coins on the street. But today, on that note, I will be closing from my side and we will continue tomorrow. I will hand you over back to Sister Andy. Thank you very much. Upload me now. Tell me I'm jealous. Please again. You know this technology. But anyway, thank you very much. Over to you, Sister Andy.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Thank you very much. I was also worried when I don't see other provinces in terms of their participation in this process. But I'm happy that we are saying we will be here Thursday and Friday, so you can also say something, present or finalize something that we were not able to do. I'm not sure if Ms. Lindas is on the line, because I was told by my colleagues that the transport is waiting for the attendance here. So let me check Ms. Lindas if you want to close our session today. Petronella? Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm not going to keep anyone. I would like to just thank each and every person that was here today and that participated. And as I said in the morning, we were going to provide you with information. We were also going to give you digital skill in terms of the skill. And what we tried to do was to cover that today. And we hope that you will have a blessed evening and that you will go safely home. And we will see each other tomorrow. And that your questions has been answered, that you had, and that you were able to make a lot of notes, because that's what we also said in the morning. And please, can I kindly request that you please complete the registers. If there has been given a register, that you please complete it so that we can have your details in terms of the post processes. But thank you very much. Have a safe journey back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindas. Thank you very much, my colleagues in other provinces. Let's meet tomorrow. The time that I
communicated to our colleagues was 9:30, but the latest will be 10 o'clock. We want to start at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you. Alhamdulillah.